I'd like to call this February meeting of the State Board of Education to order. We welcome everyone here to the Nancy S. Grasmick Building, home of the Maryland State Department of Education. I'd like at this time to call on Mr. Schoen to determine whether we have a quorum. We are good to go. All right, we have 11 present, and for our members, we still need 8 to pass things today. Let's go ahead now and move on to, please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just a few housekeeping items this morning. First, all State Board of Education meetings are recorded. The public can access the meeting via live stream from the State Board and MSDE website, through our live stream vendor's website, Town Hall Streams, and on YouTube. People registered to give public comment can do so either virtually or in person. Meeting videos, agendas, and materials are posted online. Just a few opening remarks as we get started today. I want to begin our meeting by emphasizing this board's continued commitment to providing every child of every background the education they deserve to succeed and reach their full potential. As outlined in Maryland state law, our charge remains ensuring that all students have equal access to a high-quality education that is equitable, regardless of a student's race, ethnicity, gender, address, disability status, socioeconomic status, or the language spoken at home. To that end, we will hear more analysis from the department on our state's performance on the nation's report card, or NAEP. And we will find that while progress has been made, particularly in 4th grade literacy, no age group in Maryland has fully recovered to pre-pandemic levels in reading or math. Some of the growth we did see is due to the historic low point that we experienced in 2022, which marked the lowest NAEP scores on record in Maryland. We know Maryland's declines over the past decade were of the most significant in this country. We also note that this growth has been driven largely by higher performing students, while our lower performing performers remain at 2022's historic lows in many cases. In all cases, stubborn disparities persist across race and income. For instance, while our 4th graders now rank 20th in literacy statewide, economically disadvantaged 4th graders still perform 42nd when compared to like peers across the country. Rising inequality is a challenge that we cannot ignore, and it's our most vulnerable students who are bearing the brunt of it. Yet, as one Maryland, we have the power to turn that tide. We must be clear-eyed in our charge and our focus, providing an equitable public education. This work has been done in other states, and early signs indicate that we are making the right progress here in Maryland. By doubling down on strong foundations in literacy and mathematics, and ensuring that every student is equipped for college and career, we can chart a new course for success. As Maryland State Board of Education, we must ensure that every child has access to high-quality, evidence-based instruction delivered by skilled, fully licensed educators. In the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, the Maryland General Assembly laid out a vision to accelerate student progress. Our partners in Annapolis are working tirelessly to ensure that we continue to have the resources to accelerate student achievement in Maryland. Last week, Dr. Wright and I had the opportunity to address a joint hearing of the General Assembly in which we advocated for policy changes that will make our public education system work more effectively for children across the state. We discussed the importance of efforts to significantly expand our teacher workforce amidst a record teacher shortage. We talked about improving the implementation of community schools so that it not only provides wraparound services, but that those wraparound services and supports result in improved student learning outcomes. And finally, we emphasized the important opportunity ahead in improving teaching and learning in literacy and mathematics through the Academic Excellence Fund. I want to take a brief moment to address one of the key policies in the blueprint that has been a topic of discussion in recent weeks: minimum school funding. Specifically, this part of the law requires that 75% of the education funding that each LEA receives, including specialized funding for students living in poverty, multilingual learners, and special education students, follows each child to their school. This type of per-pupil funding is not new. For decades, Maryland has had dedicated per-pupil funding formulas with dedicated funding for special populations. What is new is transparency and accountability. If transparency and accountability for funding is causing major disruptions now in some districts, how were these dedicated or designated funds being used in previous years? At the same time, we maintain that the education for all students, regardless of background, must meet foundational standards for a public education in Maryland. We look forward to partnering with LEAs and the AIB to navigate the implementation of minimum school funding requirements moving into next year. Finally, we must acknowledge the continued stream of changes to education policy and related matters at the federal level. We in Maryland will stay focused on what matters most: delivering an excellent education for every single one of our children. We will not be distracted from our mission. We remain steadfast in our commitment to serve all children and ensure that every student has the opportunity to succeed. I thank you for your attention. With that, we will move to our public comment portion of the meeting this morning. To review our procedures, first, speakers will be called on in order of their registration. We will take the in-person registrants first, followed by the virtual registrants. Zoom is the platform that will be used for virtual public comment. If you experience problems connecting with your device, you may use the audio-only feature and call in using your phone. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff. When time expires, the speaker is permitted to finish their sentence, but is required to make no further remarks. Comments should be directed to the board and not to any individual board members. For future commenters, to request accommodations for providing public comment, please contact Charlene Necessary in the State Board office no later than 24 hours in advance of the State Board meeting date. Board members will not respond to speakers' comments, but will take all comments under advisement. Written statements and other materials should be submitted to Mr. Zach Hands, who will see that the copies are made available to all board members. Due to the hour-long public hearing on the math policy today, we will begin with our 5 new afternoon public comment slots in March. So we just have 10 today. To date, we have 3 participants who are signed up specifically for general public comment. I'd like to welcome our first speaker for today, in-person participation from Ms. Cindy Webb on Blueprint and Excels. Good morning, Ms. Webb.
Good morning. My name is Cindy Webb. I currently own 2 child care centers that have served thousands of children in Frederick County since 2007. I'm a mother, grandmother, and foster adoptive parent. I'm here to ask for help in creating equitable policies that support community-based mixed delivery pre-K programs. In order for Blueprint Pillar 1 to be successful, we need private providers to participate. A new policy is necessary specific to Maryland Excel's ratings to ensure equity between public and private programs and to ensure we continue to expand and maintain seats for our 3- and 4-year-olds. There are limited level 5 programs participating in public pre-K, and my goal is to advocate and be a model for. I currently have 40 public pre-K seats and have been a level 5 for many years. This upcoming grant cycle, I will not be able to participate as a pre-K grant site due to an Excels policy. I want the state board to be aware that we're going to lose 40 seats in Frederick County. Additionally, 4 teachers will lose their jobs. Based on current Excels policy, due to 2 licensing violations, neither related to our pre-K program, our Excels rating has been decreased from a 5 to a 1. My current pre-K programs continue to receive excellent reviews from the MSDE grant monitors, even though our Excels rating has dropped from a 5 to a 1. The violation falls off in July 2025, and magically we become a 5 again. However, I will not be able to participate as a pre-K grantee in the fall because of the timing of the grant application. My experience has proven that Frederick County Public Schools do not follow the same policies as MSDE requires for public pre-K and community-based settings. A Frederick County school bus driver dropped a young child in our program off at the wrong bus stop, leaving them completely unsupervised, lost and in actual danger. Yet there is no punishment or accountability for the public school's mistake. There is no decrease in the public school's Excels rating, nor do they lose the opportunity to participate in the grant. In my program, when we had a safety issue, I immediately self-reported to MSDE, the parent, and social services. I immediately terminated the sole staff member involved that did not follow our protocol. As a result, my program lost 4 levels of Excels rating that took over 2 years to achieve. My business has lost tens of thousands of dollars due to this policy, which is not progressive, and we will lose our 40 pre-K seats and funding, which will likely put us out of business. I 100% believe in accountability and policies that are fair and helpful. I am not alone and have colleagues who have shared similar experiences and lost pre-K seats. My request is for the board to consider recommending an Excels policy for community-based public pre-K programs that is equitable, as public schools who do not lose their Excels ratings or grants. Am I done?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Webb. We really appreciate you coming and for the courage to share your story today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we're going to move to 2 virtual participants. First, I'd like to welcome Ms. Sharon Seroff, speaking on special education.
Good morning, everyone. I think that this board knows me by now that my day job is a special education advocate. And this is something that I frequently hear from the people that I work with in school systems. Following 504 and IEPs is unfair to the rest of the class. Again, following these items is unfair to the rest of the class. We are hearing a lot of information in the press about DEI, which is, as we know, diversity, equity, and inclusion. I want to give you some idea of what that means in the schoolhouse. That includes closed captioning. There are a lot of students who use closed captioning to access their education so that they can read things that they have difficulty or have no way of hearing. Flexible class schedules. In some of the districts that I have clients in, that is not an acceptable practice, and it needs to be. There are many students, particularly since COVID, that have anxiety, that have traumatic brain injuries, that have other health impairments that require them to be out of the schoolhouse at some point of the day and then be able to return. That currently is not a possibility. Parental leave so that parents can attend school IEP meetings and accessible buildings. I can't tell you how many times I have come to an IEP meeting only to be arriving late because it's taking me 5 to 10 minutes to find the entrance. We need to realize that leveling the playing field is not about fairness. It is about giving equal access to everybody. And if we're going to practice that equal access, we also have to understand that one size education does not fit all. And that's something that we really need to change in Maryland. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Saroff. We appreciate your comments. Next, we have Mr. Bill Hudson speaking on the State Board of Education's Early Childhood Education and Care Committee and the joint AIB policy on pre-K. Mr. Hudson, welcome.
Good morning, President Michael, members of the board. First off, I want to say thank you to the board for putting together the work group on early childhood education and care. This is very timely considering a number of factors going around with the board and the early ECE industry. I think this is a great opportunity for the board to establish a direct dialogue with the industry that it regulates. Personally, I'm excited about the possibilities and ready to start to work. I would like to ask the board consider adding a representative from the State Superintendents Association, as well as the blueprint coordinators to this group. As a result of the blueprint, the LEAs and the child care market are now joined at the hip. And any of the actions the LEAs take that could affect the private child care market needs to be discussed. And I think the work group is a great place to start that dialogue. Next, with regard to the joint statement passed by the board in January, you have my comments on the issue. The only thing I would add is there is a great deal of energy developing in the field around this issue. And if we weren't in the middle of the legislative session, I imagine it would be a lot larger. Last thing, I do want to say thank you to the group at MSDE for bringing the pre-K expansion grant online for the first time this year. We've been involved since 2020, and I can tell you working with those infernal PDFs trying to do a grant application can be challenging at best. So I recognize that with any new automation system, there are bumps along the way, but we're deeply grateful that the team at MSDE is bringing this online, and we hope that it makes it easier for both us and them through the grant application and review process. With that, that's the end of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hudson. All right, with that, our public comment period has concluded for this morning. We will now move to the next portion of our agenda, the consent agenda. I'm going to ask we pull the minutes, so we'll just be voting on items 2 through 9. Are there any other items people would like to pull for further discussion? All right, with that, is there a motion to approve the consent agenda items 2 through 9? Mr. Greer, is there a second? Second. Dr. Lewis, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right, on the meeting minutes, there are 3 names. I want to make sure we get spelled correctly from our colleagues at the AIB. We have Dr. Dawson written in. That should be Dr. Doss. We have Mr. Robertson written, but it should be Mr. Robinson. And then Mr. Manko should be listed as Dr. Manko. 3 things I had. Is there any other comments on the minutes? All right. We'll go ahead with those amendments. Noted, Mr. Hans? Okay. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? Mr. Chesterfield, is there a second? Ms. Medina, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? The minutes are approved. All right. At this time, we are going to, you ready? We're going to move to our state superintendent's update. Dr. Wright.
Good morning. So it's been a busy month. Let me start with our Teacher Advisory Committee meeting. We had our first meeting. We spent a lot of time just listening and learning and responding to questions from our teachers. We had about 45 teachers that came from as far west as you can come from and as far east as you can come from. So it was really a commitment on their part to drive here. We wanted the first one to be in person for just that very reason, so that people could get to know each other. I can't tell you enough how important it is to listen directly from teachers, because they're the ones that are going to tell you exactly what's happening, boots on the ground, and it was a very open and honest forum. For any of the committees or councils that I work with, the first agenda was made by me, but from now on, all the agendas will have a mutual. They can add items and I'll add items, so it's a joint committee. The principals advisory was much the same way, principals from across the state, and I want to say that hearing these voices of people that are actually in the classrooms and in the buildings is really going to be very helpful in forming our initiatives and ways that we can better serve our schools and our teachers and our leaders. So 2 great meetings with a group of people. We went to BZAM, the monthly superintendent's meeting. We provided updates around literacy and math policies. And also we talked about the revisions to our standards for ELA, math, social studies, science, health, and PE. We also discussed key policy proposals in the Governor's Excellence in Maryland Education Schools Act, and I'm going to talk about those just briefly in a second. I was also really fortunate. I don't know how many of you follow Emily Hanford. She is a journalist who does everything with science of reading, and so she also works at Planet Word in DC. So she invited me to come down to be interviewed during a literacy event called Eyes on Reading. She hosts the podcast, as you know, called Sold a Story: How Teaching Kids to Read Went So Wrong, which is credited with pushing states to implement literacy policies based on the science of reading. We discussed NAEP data from both Mississippi and Maryland. We talked about the literacy reform work that was successful in Mississippi and the reforms that we are implementing here in Maryland to improve student achievement. Eyes on Reading series is geared toward educators, policymakers, advocates, and parents who are all involved in literacy work. And I've got to say, she told me this was the first time it was a sellout. So good for Planet Word, right? And we had people from Pennsylvania that were coming down to here. So it was exciting. I want to talk just a little bit about implementing research-based literacy work in Maryland, and I've given this a lot of thought. With the release of the NAEP results at the end of last month, a lot has been written and talked about related to my work in Mississippi. And the 2024 results show that Mississippi has sustained its progress. In fact, out of 50 states, Mississippi ranked 3rd in the nation for 4th grade reading proficiency among economically disadvantaged students. And Black students in Mississippi have gained more reading than Black students in any other state over the past 10 years. Emily Freitag, who's the co-founder and CEO of Instruction Partners, published a piece last week about how I deployed state instructional coaches in schools and how this was an important part of what drove Mississippi's academic gains. I want to lead and will lead similar work here in Maryland, and we hope our General Assembly will pass the policy in Governor Moore's bill that would create the Academic Excellence Program. This program proposes charging MSDE with recruiting, hiring, and training instructional coaches that will work in schools across the state supporting teachers, work in our lowest performing schools across the state. The job of a teacher has never been more challenging than it is today, and we have to be thinking about how we support our teachers. One-time teacher workshops typically fail to achieve their goals. Instead, we have seen that strong, non-evaluative instructional coaching makes the biggest impact on a teacher's practice. When teachers have access to an effective coach, they are engaged in a process that is not top-down, but rather one that values their expertise and guides them in integrating best practices. This process has lasting effects on their current students and every group of students they teach in the future, because when teachers feel supported, and research shows this, and developed by a coach, they will stay in the profession. The Academic Excellence Program would create a cadre of state instructional coaches who would remain employees of the local school systems and spend their time coaching teachers in schools. State instructional coaches engage in training alongside existing LEA coaches, and they are empowered to work together and share resources. Instructional coaching currently varies widely across districts, despite clear research on what makes coaching effective. This initiative allows us to set a statewide standard for excellence in teacher support. The ways we develop our teachers matters, and instructional coaching is a key. Last week, Dr. Michael, AIB Chair Ike Leggett, and I testified during the joint meeting of the 4 committees of the Senate and the House about the proposals in Governor Moore's bill. During my remarks, I highlighted the importance of professional learning for teachers and principals and its power to transform schools. And I talked about 2 policies, the one I just mentioned, the Academic Excellence Program, and the other is the Maryland School Leader Academy. We talk frequently about teacher turnover, but let me share a data point I learned recently about principal turnover. Of those who served as Maryland's principals in the 1920 school year, only 1 in 3 is still leading 5 years later. The level of principal turnover causes instability in school systems, which negatively impacts teachers and students. On the flip side, schools with strong leaders experience higher teacher satisfaction, increased teacher retention, and improved student performance. But principals need support too. As some education scholars have written, good principals aren't born, they're mentored. Structured principal mentoring and training is one of the highest leverage strategies we can offer. Governor Moore's bill proposes launching a Maryland School Leader Academy to provide exactly that. Hundreds of interested current and aspiring school leaders from across the state would be matched with a strong, experienced principal to serve as their mentor. These mentors would support participants as they engage across LEA lines with fellow members of their training cohort. This program's reach would extend to thousands of students in hundreds of schools, deepening Maryland's bench of talented school administrators. Obviously, during this legislative session, I have been very busy meeting with several legislators around education-related policies, making sure that they are understanding what we're trying to get accomplished, and have really got a lot of positive feedback. We have spent a tremendous amount of time in Annapolis this past month. The Governor's Performance Cabinet meeting also met. The performance cabinets are designed to track the progress of Governor Moore's top 10 priorities and ensure effective implementation of policies across state agencies. The cabinet meets several times a year, consisting of senior-level staff from various state agencies who meet in the top 10 focus groups. MSDE's work is connected to 4 of the governor's priorities: education, child poverty, health, and jobs. I provided an update on many of our initiatives, including our literacy and math policies and our high-dosage tutoring. I want to talk just for a minute about the response to federal actions and what is happening in D.C. right now. We have launched 2 teams to help our school systems navigate everything that's been coming out of D.C. One team is addressing issues around our undocumented students and immigration enforcement, and the other team is focused on how we will continue to create safe and inclusive communities for our LGBTQIA+ students and staff. These 2 MSDE teams are engaging stakeholders, including superintendents, LEA leaders, principals, and teachers, in advising this work so that the guidance we provide is responsive to how the administration's actions are playing out in schools. For the last 4 weeks, we have provided guidance to our local school systems about potential immigration enforcement in schools. We have also added to our weekly message to superintendents a special section that provides updates on the federal actions. And we have heard from the field that this guidance has been very helpful. We will continue these efforts as the situation evolves. Finally, we've had 3 school and child care visits this past month, which included 2 with Governor Moore. And if you ever want to make yourself smile, watch him in the middle of a pre-K or kindergarten classroom, as big as he is, sitting on the floor with them. The governor joined our visit to Wonders Early Learning Child Care in Montgomery County and to Reisterstown Elementary School in Baltimore County. His presence was an incredible show of support for our child care centers and our schools. We also visited Arthur Middleton Elementary in Charles County Public Schools. Amazing school. This is a dual language, 2-way immersion school. And superintendent of ours is very, very proud of that. Students learn in English and Spanish starting in pre-K and kindergarten. And that was fascinating to see how quickly these little ones can pick up on learning another language. She was a tremendous host, and as was Superintendent Rogers in Baltimore County. And it is absolutely wonderful to be in those classrooms seeing the science of reading being implemented just the way it's supposed to be. So thank you, and that concludes my report.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Wright. At this time, I'll open it up to any questions from board members for Dr. Wright. Okay. All right. Dr. Wright, do you think we'd be ready to go to the NAEP deep dive?
Yes. Jeff, we're going to go to NAEP. Okay. We're skipping around a little bit.
All right. Excellent. While Mr. Sanderson is coming to the front, I do want to take a moment to fully welcome Mr. Tim Guy, our new Assistant Superintendent for Assessment. Mr. Guy, if you don't mind standing so we can recognize you. Welcome to the team. Coming from an extended career in Howard County Public Schools, served multiple roles. We officially approved him last month, but joining the team officially today with us. Welcome.
And Mr. Sanderson is going to walk you through some of the NAEP results and kind of give you an idea of how NAEP is administered, how it's utilized, and the power of us using this data to give us an idea of how we look compared to the rest of the nation. Mr. Sanderson.
Thank you, Dr. Wright.
There we go.
Keep me on my toes. Good morning, board members. I'll go ahead and apologize in advance. You're going to get a healthy dose of me this morning. I think I'm on. Oh, I'm sorry. Is that better? Okay. Good morning. You'll have several presentations from me this morning to share with you all. We're going to start with our most recent NAEP results from the 2024 administration. To begin with, we want to start with an overview slide that shows by grade level and by subject performance over the past 6 administrations. And so one of the things we wanted to share with you is this is a vertical scale. And so we would anticipate that scoring at the lower grade levels would be lower than scoring at the upper grade levels because of the nature. So if you think in terms of a ruler, and as you grow, as an example, from being 10 years old to 18 years old, you're still on that same continuum. NAEP operates in that same scale form. And what you'll see here from 2013 to 2016 is the rate of change that's been evidenced not only for our reading and our mathematics in grade 4 and in grade 8. Grade 4 reading is represented by the blue line. You'll see in 2013 we had an average score of 232. We last finished in 2024 with a score of 216. Same with grade 4 math. You'll see in 2013 we had an average score of 245. Most recently, we had an average score of 234. And then for 8th grade in the upper lines, you'll see in the gray line represents the reading for grade 8. We had in 2013 an average score of 274. It tracks to 258 most recently. And then for mathematics, we'll see 287 was our baseline in this illustration of 2013 results compared to most recently 268 as the average score. This chart shows the ranking change that we've experienced in the state of Maryland over the course of these most recent 6 administrations for NAEP. You'll see that in 2013, we had a state ranking across all 50 states of 2nd in grade 4 reading. For grade 8 reading, we ranked 6th in the U.S. Grade 4 math, we ranked 16th, and grade 8 math, we ranked 20th. Compare that now to our most recent results. While not at the same levels, we were most encouraged with grade 4 reading for sure, as evidenced in the 20-spot gain from 2022 administration. You'll see our standing in grade 8 reading. It's 21st out of the 50 states that were ranked. For grade 4 mathematics, you'll see we are at 39th in the U.S., and then grade 8 math, we are at 38th in the U.S. So the next 4 slides, what I'm going to try to walk you through and maybe process a little bit better is what is really going on in the results within the state of Maryland as it relates to NAEP performance. The results are reported based on 5 percentiles, which help to 5 percentile brackets, which help to provide differentiation between higher performing, middle performing, and lower performing students. And so as an example, I want to walk you through 2013 results so that you understand this illustration completely. You'll see that what we have on the lowest line is represented at the 10th percentile. And so in 2013, that score of 187 represents that we had 10% of Maryland testers that scored below a score of 187. You'll track that all the way up to the top with, you see, 275, which represents the 90th percentile. That means 90% of Maryland testers on grade 4 reading scored below a 275. And so what this allows us to do is multiple things. It allows us to see what is the performance differentiation between our higher performing students and our lower performing students. It also allows us to look historically over time is what is happening with his achievement gaps. Are they growing, are they shrinking, or are they maintaining? What I've tried to illustrate here with the banding that you'll see, that's kind of call-outs. For 2013, you'll see the difference between our highest performing percentile rank at 90th percentile compared to 10th percentile is 88-point difference. You compare that to our most recent results, and what you'll see is a difference of 118 points. So the gap has approximately grown by 30 scale points over the course of these past 6 administrations. And what you'll really see, and how I tend to look at this data, is I try to track within the percentile ranks. And for the most part, our highest performing students have persisted more successfully than our lower performing students. And so as you see the performance of our lower performing students continuing to decline, that is exacerbating the achievement gap that exists between our highest performing students and our lowest performing students. So as an example, what you'll see in this illustration is the difference between our 90th percentile performers in 2013 compared to 2024 is 3 points. That's 275 compared to the 272 where they have finished most recently. You compare that with our lowest performing at the 10th percentile rank, and what you'll see there is 33-point difference from 2013 to where they most recently finished in 2024. And so that has led to this achievement gap that has grown. And you'll see that illustrated in the remaining 3 slides as we get into the other subjects and grade levels.
Hang on one second. One thing I do want to draw your attention to here, and it's critical, because nationally, when all the national results came out, what was being told, which was true, was that in the nation, your top performers were continuing to grow, and your bottom performers were continuing to drop off. NAEP always measures this at the 10th, 25th, 50th, 75th, and 90th percentile. I always break that out, but I want you to look at Maryland's from 22 to 24. We bucked the nation with what we achieved. Whereas, yes, our top performers continue to go up, but look at the bottom 10 and 25th percentile. They ticked up. And most other states, that did not happen. So that's the good news out of this deck that you're going to be taking a look at. The trend is definitely downward, but starting in 22 to now, you can start seeing the trend, the slight trend coming back up. And so that's the reason you'll hear me like pound the table around these coaches and training and science of reading, because when we started with Maryland Leads and all that money went out, 23 out of the 24 districts chose to invest in the science of reading. And I think that's paying off for us. We've got to continue that effort. This isn't a one and done. This is something that you've got to do day in, day out, year in, year out. And that's the good news for us, is that we are heading now in the right direction.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. And just to echo her sentiments, at the national level, the only subject grade level that saw any gains nationally was in grade 4 mathematics. So for the state of Maryland to not only show gains in grade 4 reading, but also to show it at 4 points really contributed to what you saw in the ranking jump, going from 40th in 2022 to 20th in 2024. For grade 8 reading, looking again, you'll see that we had in 2013 a difference of 85 points between the 90th percentile and the 10th percentile. If you track that across to where we are now, you'll see that the difference is 113 points, which represents a 28-point increase in the achievement gap between our highest performing students and our lowest performing students. Again, as I'd illustrated previously, if you track horizontally, you'll notice that the difference in scale score average change for the 90th percentile came in at 5 points when you compare 2013 at 316 to 2024, where we had a score of 311. Compare that to the 10th percentile, and that difference is 33 points from the average score in 2013 to the average score in 2024. And so again, what we're seeing illustrated here is that our higher and highest performing students are persisting more successfully than our lower or middle performing students are. For grade 4 mathematics, you're not going to see as pronounced differences in mathematics in general, but also the performance levels of mathematics in Maryland do trail performance level of our reading. What you'll see in grade 4 mathematics, the beginning difference in 2013 was 85 points. Where we finished in 2024 came in at 101 point difference, or an achievement gap increase of 16 points over the course of these 6 NAEP administrations. Again, the difference from the highest performing students from where they started to where they have finished most recently is 4 points compared to 20 points for those students that are at the 10th percentile or below. And then finally, for these illustrations, grade 8 mathematics, similar story, a 16-point difference in the achievement gap, where the achievement gap has grown by 16 points from 2013 to 2024. In 2013, that difference was 99 points between the 90th percentile and 10th percentile. And then in 2024, we see that the achievement gap now is a 115-point difference over the course of that period. Now we're going to shift a little bit. This one is probably going to feel a little more familiar for those that have studied MCAP data. NAEP also reports out on proficiency levels. They've identified 3 achievement levels, which in effect creates 4 different buckets. And by that I mean when they report out on the achievement levels, they have what they call a basic level, performing at NAEP basic, performing at NAEP proficient, and performing at NAEP advanced. While it's not directly aligned to MCAP, you can essentially it's analogous with a 2, a 3, and a 4. So basic would be the lowest level, but then the 4th category that NAEP provides is what they refer to as below NAEP basic. So in effect, it is still kind of a sequential 1, 2, 3, 4 performance levels. What we're going to see in these illustrations is what we often share with you all, represented by the 3s and 4s in MCAP. What is the NAEP equivalent for proficiency, which is represented by students scoring at NAEP proficient and or scoring at NAEP advanced. So it's the combined 2 upper categories of performance. And so what you'll see illustrated here, this is an at a glance by grade level over the course of these 6 administrations dating back to 2013. You'll see grade 4 reading, grade 4 mathematics, grade 8 reading, and grade 8 mathematics. The colors are consistent to represent each of the years. So as an example, purple represents 2013 performance, and then most recently, green represents our 2024 performance. And the takeaway here that what we've seen is that proficiency has declined in all grade levels in subjects from 2013 to 2022. But as Dr. Wright also pointed out earlier, we did see some positive growth, specifically in grade 4 reading in 2024. We also saw that for grade 8, Although we did not see the same levels of increases compared to the nation, it was more stable in the actual performance from 2022 to 2024.
Just one other comment to take a look at it, grade 4 reading, grade 4 math. The one thing that I was also looking at, if you look at 2019, which is the yellow, compared to the green, which is 2024, you can see that we are slowly coming back to pre-pandemic, which is good news. And that really speaks volumes, I think, about what's happening across the state. More work to be done, no doubt. But the good news is, at least in grade 4, we seem to be making some more progress toward pre-pandemic levels.
Thank you. So now we're going to get into, for the next remaining slides, to break out not only by racial groups within each subject grade level, but also you will see by service groups and students and how they're performing. And so on this illustration for grade 4 reading, you will see represented here the largest race groups that we have data available for, starting with the Asian student group and then with our African American, Hispanic, 2 or more, and white, representing these past 6 administrations of performance. And in general, what you're going to see is that grade 4 reading across student groups follows similar trends. And so when we see a student group that shows an increase or a decrease, it typically is consistent with what we're seeing in other student groups. Now, granted, their achievement levels overall are not at the same level. Their trends within each of their own performance category or within their own student groups is relatively consistent, with seeing in overall proficiency levels, our highest proficiency groups continue to be our Asian and our white student groups, but noting that the performance levels are not for any student group at the same levels that they were in 2013. For this illustration, again, we're seeing it now by service groups, and so what you'll see is the performance for our English learners, our economically disadvantaged students, our students with disabilities, as well as the gender difference between our males and our females on grade 4 reading performance. Most groups have seen similar trends in grade 4 proficiency since 2013, and by that would be the trend lines that we're seeing with the declines is consistent across each of our student groups in gender differences. For grade 4 math, same illustrations. We'll start with the overall with our racial groups, and then we'll shift into those receiving additional services. On the left-hand side, this will represent the stat columns for our Asian student group, spanning across with our white student group. Again, the takeaway that we unfortunately saw here was that some of our largest declines in proficiency impacted our Hispanic and our African American students. But on a positive note, in looking at this, they also recognize some of the largest gains. So as an example, with our African American students, when you compare their 4th grade proficiency on NAEP in 2022, you'll see that it had a rate of 15% compared to most recently a 21%. And so a 6 percentage point increase for our African American students. And then likewise, when you look at our Hispanic student group, you'll see that they had an increase of 11 percentage points, going from 13% proficient in 2022 to 24% proficient in 2024. For grade 4 mathematics, you'll see, looking at our English learners, most recently their performance at 12%. For economically disadvantaged, that was at 18%. Again, the students with disabilities, we're seeing them at 14%. And then the difference between our gender, between males and females, was a 3 percentage point difference, with our males slightly outperforming our females in grade 4 mathematics proficiency. For grade 8 reading, what you'll see here, we'll start with our racial breakouts again. All groups have seen decreases in grade 8 reading proficiency compared to 2013. This is one of those where we, not only is it pre-pandemic, it's really pre-pandemic, as we start to look at historical trends and not only what has been the difference between 2019 compared to 2022 and now 2024, but what is the difference between 2013 and those early years where we saw some of our higher performance amongst our student groups. But certainly the most pronounced difference would be the shift from 2019 performance year to 2022 performance year amongst our student groups. For grade 8 reading, based on students receiving additional services, you'll see that some of our performance levels are quite different across our student groups. English learners in particular on grade 8 reading had one of the lowest proficiency rates within our student groups, coming in most recently at 3% considered proficient, compared to 17% within economically disadvantaged, for 12% with our students with disabilities. And then again, the difference here when we get into reading, which is a consistent trend we see in English language arts generally, in that females tend to outperform males in the English language arts disciplines. And so we see that recognized here with females in grade 8 reading having a proficiency rate of 37% compared to our male students having a proficiency rate at 29%. For grade 8 mathematics, looking at proficiency rates by racial groups, you'll see, again, the differences across the board, but all groups have seen decreases in their math proficiency when compared to 2013. You'll see that the trend, for the most part, is consistent within each of the racial groups. Again, performance levels not at the same, but the starting place and the ending place as far as how it's been impacted over the course of these 6 administrations tends to be fairly consistent across each of our racial groups. And then finally, the last slide within this presentation on grade 8 mathematics looks at our students and their performance within the various service programs. Again, you'll see the difference in contrast to the all-student group. Most recently, we had grade 8 mathematics of 25% overall. You would compare our service group performance to that. With our gender differences, it looks to be null here, with consistent performance across both our males and our females, also coming in at 25% proficient. And with that, I will open it up to any questions that you all might have or clarifications that I might offer.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Colleagues, what questions? Mr. Gadam.
So thank you so much, to start with, just for the presentation, the comparisons. But to start, I had a question about whether NAEP gives a breakdown on like the skills and content, between like math and reading.
So they're limited on the reports that they actually provide as it relates to the skills and breakdown. There are standards that they speak to as far as what is being tested within each of the grade levels and the subjects provide data. But as far as getting into more granular levels of reporting, it is limited on the information that is shared.
Okay. Just because I want to know whether like we could find out whether that lines up with what Maryland's it's like science of reading is teaching our students. But also, given I think like the biggest bright spot has been that our 4th graders have had like a potential like recovery trend that we've seen. So I was wondering if there's any early indicators in Maryland's own state testing that also show this that we can like reference.
Yep. I think the short answer is we're still working on alignment between state assessments and in some of those national authorities that we look to measure progress. I do think we do have additional and complementary instruments that we can use and kind of triangulate that to determine the actual progress that students are making.
But they did show on our MCAP, our most recent MCAP data was similar in terms of our rebound with 4th grade.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, that's amazing. Yep, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you. All right, we'll start with Mr. Greer, then Dr. Johnson, and Mr. Crawford.
Thank you, team. Good analysis. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. A couple questions and a couple thoughts too. I just want to applaud the overall growth in fourth grade in general, both in math and in ELA. I mean, we see it really deeply in ELA. I think that's a sign of things to come, which is I'm excited about. I'll talk about the sign of things to come in a moment. In math, what I noticed, I just did a quick table here looking at it and cutting across the racial breakdown as well as the other indicator or the other breakdowns. And I'm noticing some outliers in math 4, plus 6 points for black students and African American students, plus 11 points for Hispanic students, plus 7 points for ELL, plus 7 points for economic disadvantage, and plus 5 points for males. Really the only gain we saw for males across the board. Those outliers are very interesting to me because they're traditionally not where we're seeing those kinds of increases. It doesn't show in the overall data or the rankings, I think, in the way that we wanted it to, but I think there's something to be applauded here. And as I looked a little bit further in data, I noticed LEAs, specifically Baltimore City, had an outsized growth in that area in math. Can we talk a little bit about that driver? Is it specifically coming from an LEA? Have we looked at the LEA analysis? Can we talk about Baltimore City in specific? Is there anything happening there that we know of?
So Baltimore City takes a different assessment than this is referred to as Maine NAEP.
It's TUDA, right?
TUDA, right.
Yeah.
It's the Trial of Urban District Administration, I
Yep.
believe. And so I think there's 27, I want to say. So there's 27 urban districts that participate in the TUDA administration.
Yeah.
Baltimore City participates in that, and Baltimore City did definitely show growth in
Huge
those
gains.
areas, yes.
Yeah.
What you don't see and you won't see in our data, because people say, well, how did Prince George's County do or whatever? That is not, we do not get data back by LEA.
Okay.
What we do is that we'll get all of the data will be aggregated to our data. The only exception to that are the urban districts that take the TUDA exam, and they will get their results based on how they compare to other urban districts.
Yeah, I would urge us to look into what's happening there and learn and spread, and also look for other TUDA or outliers that we can find, right? Okay. Another note, is it possible, do we do an overlay of MCAP against NAEP? Is it worth looking at that, especially in the reading? I think math has its problems in terms of scope and sequence, but
it's hard because of the way proficiency is defined, and NAEP's proficiency is defined a little bit different.
Yeah.
One of the things that we have asked, and it is in our RFP that's going out for our statewide assessment, is that our assessment needs to mirror the rigor of NAEP.
Okay.
And so when we get the new assessment, I think what you're asking for will make more sense than what it is right now.
Yeah, I think where I'm heading is like tying this into the assessment system and the accountability system that we're building towards, and making sure that that philosophy around the accountability system we've defined as, is it going to help us here, or is it going to help us somewhere else? I don't think it can do everything, but
And I think that's the important thing about really making sure that you pay attention to NAEP, because there should be some mirroring of the results that you get from your statewide assessment versus the NAEP. There may not be a total overlap, but you should see what we did see, MCAP fourth grade coming up. Well, we also saw NAEP fourth grade coming up. So you expect to see that kind of mirror image. And when you don't, then you really need to start asking a lot of questions.
Yeah. Okay. And then one more point, if I may. I think that the gains that we saw in ELA, I just want to applaud again. As we cut them across, I think we're seeing them in Asian students, white students, and female students across the board. And so I think we want to see those gains. We want to see the coaching, the tutoring, the work happening on behalf of Black, Hispanic students with disabilities, which we saw no gains in that group, right? So I think there's more work to be done, but I'm excited about the progress and the momentum that we have ahead. And just a personal note, I'm really worried about boys and young men in this country, in this state in general. I think they're moving in a different direction than our young women. And I think that we have an opportunity to focus in that work whatever way we can. I think it's another
I totally
group.
agree. And that's the reason we're leaning in so heavily to get these state instructional coaches in place so that they can do exactly what you've been talking about.
Mr. Crawford.
Can I echo the comments of the board members? My comments are really around using the data to drive behaviors. I'm going to go back out and just do some just spot checking of local boards. But the last time I looked at local boards, rarely did you ever see any kind of performance or student outcomes as part of the discussions of the local boards. We got into trouble, I think, in part over the years from 2013 when we didn't pay attention to the data. And everybody felt good and we had a really nice time, and the performance of our students went into the tank. I still think that at some point it would be worthwhile to, if necessary, require that on our state board and on the local board website there be clear performance indicators for the citizens of these counties to be able to see how we doing. How are we doing? So you go there, first thing you see. If you go to our website, you go to the local board websites, you might find performance data, but you're gonna have to look for it. It should be front and center so that everybody can see it. When we fail the children, we need to understand that when we look at these scores and we're saying 30% or proficient or 40% proficient, that means that in a case like you're 40% proficient, 60% of the kids are not. What's the cost of that? I would imagine if you could correlate things like graduation rates and absenteeism, you'd probably see those kids that were not proficient probably among the ones with the lower graduation rates, the higher absentee rates. I was talking to businesses in Prince George's County, and they said, you know, we're interested in literacy, but we're really interested in literacy at the middle and high school level, because one of the issues that we have is that a number of the young people who come to work can't read. We have a wonderful opportunity to do something special, but we will only achieve something special if we double down and take advantage of the opportunity and really push this forward. Again, I want to compliment the department and the work that's been done, but we got a long way to go, and we need to figure out how to make these matters top and priority, not just at our meetings, but across the state. These are the conversations that we should be having across the state. We should be talking about accountability. I applaud what the superintendent said about supporting administrators and the like, because my experience is you put an exceptional leader in charge of anything, and they will just absolutely surprise you to death. Whether they got $2 or $100, they will make it happen. The issue that we have is we've got to set it up in such a way that that we can. You're not going to have the kind of reform that we are talking about if you don't have the right leaders on the ground creating the right kind of environment. So I think we're doing a lot of the right things. We just have to continue to push hard and look for opportunities to engage. And I think part of this is just explaining to the public what's going on. I bet you in most of these communities, if you ask them how we're doing in terms of reading and math, they wouldn't have a clue. They wouldn't have a clue. That should not be the case. That should not be the case. We should know how it's going. And we should be prepared to make the necessary adjustments and changes to take care of our children. These are people. This is people. This is people. These are individuals. We screw this up for them for a lifetime potentially. So we need to I think we're moving in the right direction. I just encourage us to continue to do that, continue to look for opportunities where we can engage a broader set of individuals around this and make this a real priority. This is important. Last thing I'm gonna say is, if you want to know whether something's important, look at how people spend their money and their time. This is important. You can figure out what's important. You don't need anybody to come and tell you, okay, what are my top 3 priorities? All I got to do is look at where you spend your money and your time. I know what's important. This should be important. Especially if we're talking about tight dollars, whether it's from the state or from the federal government. This is important. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. McCusker.
To jump on what Mr. Crawford said, what my colleague said, when you were talking about how the local boards ought to be looking at this data. I think even one step further is not to just throw a slide up on the presentation and say, here's our data, this is where our kids are achieving. But I think that local boards ought to be having the kinds of conversations that we have, where we say, this is our data and these are the policies and instructional practices that we are putting in place to address this data. It's not just enough to look at it and go, oh, woe is me, our kids aren't doing well. You have to further that conversation and ground it in instructional practice and what is happening in classrooms throughout your system, and what is your board doing to support the instructional initiatives in schools and making sure that they are high quality, have the resources they need, and that kids are set up for success because the school, the teachers, the leadership, and the community is set up for success. So it can't just be slapping a slide up and looking at it. Your conversations must go much deeper if you're ever going to affect important change, which is going to change the trajectory of kids if they know how to read. And not only are we going to see our reading data improve, look at some of our 4th grade math numbers are also going up. And I would say the math policy is going to matter, but even before that, the fact that kids can read the math test is going to have an effect on whether or not they do well. And this can't be the only place we talk about instructional initiatives. It has to be everywhere.
Ms. Medina.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sanderson, for helping with the breakdown with that presentation. Sometimes this data can be very overwhelming. So I appreciate your assistance with that. And I think what I would ask to kind of add to the conversation is to ensure that we're also employing the expertise of our student services teams when we're talking about these instructional policies, right? Because when I look at what's happening with 8th grade, that's in line. They're strange little people. It's like the worst time in life ever, right? So it makes sense that we would still be seeing these things. So when we're talking about instructional policies, are we including our school counselors, our school psychs, our PPWs, people that understand, behavior and these changes and all these things in the conversation when we're talking about how to improve some of our instructional practices? So I would just ask that we try to make sure we include those voices on our task forces and work groups, because if there's one thing I've been so impressed by with Dr. Wright's administration is you guys are so solution focused. You see numbers and you're like, how do we fix it? So I just want to make sure that we think about those behavioral and developmental pieces and not just straight with curriculum, because that's not always the fix.
Thank you. Ms. Chang.
Thank you. And to tap on that, I know the NAEPs, besides the concrete data that are presented here, they also come with a survey looking at how students say about the test, how they're learning, staff satisfaction. Do we have those data in place and that can be shared with the schools who took the NAEP?
Did we get our NAEP survey results back? I think NAEP just uses that internally.
Yeah.
I don't know that they give it back to the states, because there is a survey, you're right, when the NAEP assessment is completed, there is a small survey. We could probably pull the national results back, because one of the things they ask is, do you have books at home? Right. Things of that nature, that kind of thing. So let us see what we can get, but we don't get state, I didn't think we got state data.
Got it, thank you.
Other questions? Dr. Johnson. And then Dr. Lewis.
Again, thank you so much for the data presentation. The only concern that I have is that with our children with special needs, where we see other people ticking up, we see them constantly ticking down. So what's the solution that we need to look at to assist those students?
Well, there's got to be an instructional focus on this, and it's not just, and I think it goes beyond just our special education teachers and our special education classes. This also goes to general ed, because what we are also finding is that children that can be included to the maximum amount in general education typically do better than those that spend their entire days in self-contained classrooms. And I'm not saying that there's not a place for self-contained classrooms, because there is for certain things. But when you're talking about the majority of your students, they really learn best in general ed, but that also means that we need to make sure our general ed teachers are prepared for that, as well as our special ed teachers. So it's not just enough to look at it as a special ed issue, it's an instructional issue that for all children, and then how do we better prepare our classroom teachers to make sure that they're meeting the needs of those children in the general ed tier 1 instruction, as well as in their special education instruction.
So that means a conversation with colleges and universities and their teacher preparation programs.
Yes.
Because many times our regular or gen ed teachers aren't really trained to work with children needing special education services.
I agree.
Thank you. Dr. Lewis.
Thank you for that kickoff, Dr. Johnson, because that's where I was going. The one thing that I'd urge us to do as we put out RFP and are developing our new state testing is some sort of sensitivity to really get down to by disability, because there's a difference between how a student with a traumatic brain injury would do versus a student who has a speech and language disability. It's not one size fits all for students with disabilities either. So when we're talking about most of our students, the vast majority of our students are in general ed classrooms for more than 80% of their day. Those teachers, not only do they need to know special ed sort of generic, but they need to know by individual disability and be prepared with appropriate modifications and accommodations to be able to educate students where they are, to get them where they are. So I think that sensitivity and a measurement instrument would be really important. And then just to even complicate it more, I wish we could also tease it out by the attendance piece, because I know that there are sometimes attendance issues with students who are more medically fragile, and to be able to tease that out, I think, would be just give us a fuller picture. And then something that Mr. Crawford said as well, and I know that Ms. McCuster said it as well, having local boards not only look at the data, understand the data, but I'd like to see them go to the schools as well and see science of reading in action the way members of this board and our state superintendent do as well. I think it's really important to see the boots on the ground there too. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lewis. One last question. If you can take us to slide 6. So I want to thank you for pulling these slides, Mr. Sanderson and Dr. Wright. This tells a story that the proficiency number does not. I will tell you, so this is grade 8 reading. If you go to grade 8 math on slide 8, some of you know that I was a teacher. I taught middle school math. So this is similar to the students that I was looking at. But I taught students in the first 2 series of data here, so in the first part of that. And I got to tell you, I felt like my students were all over the place. I had students that were performing above grade level. I had students that were struggling at the bottom. But what this data tells us is that over that time, since when I felt like my students were all over the place, that gap has widened even further. So my question to you, Dr. Wright and Dr. Smith, is what are the implications for this data in our classrooms for our teachers? And how does this shape our work with the literacy policy and the math policy that we're working on now in terms of implications for instruction.
Well, I know you've heard me say this more than once, but behind every data point is a face. And you have to drill down to that face. You cannot just, this is all in the aggregate. We look at the aggregate by disability, by economically disadvantaged, by race, by sex. But that, you're not going to know what children need until you know who that child is and what exactly do they need. So we can use this data to inform what we know is happening, but as a classroom teacher, when you are administering either a standardized assessment, because they get back MCAP data by student, or whether it's their weekly or monthly or whatever it is, or their benchmark assessments, you've got to drill down to that individual child to find out what he or she does or does not know, and then you have to design instruction around that. And odds are, in a class of 20, 25, you're going to find a handful here and a handful there that are kind of at the same level, but you're going to have to make sure that you're meeting individual needs. I can tell you that this is the only way that this work gets done is by classroom teachers looking at individual children. And we've got to help our teachers with that, and we've got to help our leaders with that. Because I once attended a conference with a researcher, and this comment really stuck with me. He said, there's no point in monitoring if you're not going to adjust. And I thought, that to me made perfect sense. Like, if, to your point, if you're looking at just a slide that's thrown on a screen and you're not then stepping back and saying, what are we going to do about it? Then you've missed the whole point of looking at data. And so I think the team under Dr. Smith's leadership has really been looking at what kind of professional learning we need to be designing from the department and providing to our teachers. And let me also add, free of cost, because apparently that has not been the tradition recently. And so teachers have been having to pay a good amount of money for professional learning in order for them to get what they need to get recertified. Our job at the State Department is making sure that we are providing the professional learning that teachers need without having to pay for it. And so that is something that I'm committed to. I know Dr. Smith and her team are committed to that. And it's just like, it's kind of like, you know, how do you eat the elephant? It's one bite at a time, but it really is looking at, okay, you mentioned special ed, then that's a piece that we put out over here. General ed we put over here. In other words, like, what is it going to take for us to have confidence that what we're providing all of our teachers and leaders makes sense for them? And importantly, getting the feedback loop from them, did it make sense from them? Because that's the importance of all these advisory committees that I've got, is to listen to what they have to say and then use that information to make something even better today than it was yesterday. And it's just, it is constant, it is unceasing focus on this work and talking about it and talking about it and talking about it until, you know, that's, I can tell you, that's the way you get things done, is you get people in a room and you start talking about the kinds of things that you're bringing up. How do we take a look at that? My philosophy has always been, and my team can tell you, is I ask the question, what else can we be doing? That's the question you ask. What else can we be doing for teachers and leaders? Our job is not just to be here, it is to be here in service of our teachers, our leaders, our families, and our communities. And so getting that feedback makes us better at delivering for them and delivering for children. So it is every day, day in, day out, 24/7, asking these kinds of questions. But it's drilling down to children, individual children.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Did you want to say anything to add, Dr. Smith?
Dr. Wright hit the nail on the head. I have nothing else to add except that it's also about us supporting teachers to understand the data in and of itself. Yeah. Data, our teachers have a plethora of data, but not all the times do they know what to do with it. They screen kids, but if you stop with the screening and don't get into the diagnostic component, then you really are not looking at that individual kid. So again, helping them to understand those multi-tiered systems of support. How do you support a kid in that tier 1 where everybody's getting it, and then getting to that tier 3 where it's individualized in support of the students' definitive needs. So that's all I had to add, Dr. Wright.
One last comment related to this. As we are marching towards reevaluating our assessment system. I don't know that the state is aware on MCAP data that our data is moving like this, spreading. I think if we went back to look at it now, we might be able to analyze.
We can do that.
Like below basic and see how it's growing over time. My question to you is, as we move into the next chapters of our assessment, can we get similar data to see how our students are doing like this?
In fact, I've already talked to Mr. Sanderson about this. From now on, we intend to present our data very similarly to how NAEP is presenting it. So when you get the NAEP, when we get our MCAP data back, you will see it disaggregated at the 10th, the 25th, the 50th, the 75th, and the 90th percentile as well.
Excellent.
And you will see it disaggregated by subgroup, and as this data has been done as well. So you'll be able to, then we'll be able to see kind of almost like the overlay, like a side by side. You had 24 NAEP, you've got 20, well now it'll be 25 MCAP. We could do the same thing with 24 MCAP. We could bring both that in, and so you can see it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Dr. Johnson.
I just want to go back to something that Mr. Crawford indicated about local districts. So, Dr. Michael, does it become the charge of this board to train local boards in looking at their data, so they're not just putting up a slide with the data?
Dr. Goldson?
No, I wasn't always.
He goes, I'm not answering that.
I think that's a great question, Dr. Johnson. I think the first thing that we're doing is making clear that the nation's report card is how we're evaluating progress in Maryland. I've got to be honest with you, a year and a half ago, talking with board members when I first came on and superintendents, there was some question, do we value what NAEP says? So I think one, it's us putting a stake in the ground that this is really important. And we're going to track our progress as a state here, but I think to your question, it's something I would encourage us to take back to our conversations with MAEB. You know that we've been engaging more regularly with MAEB, and let's open a conversation about how we increase our data literacy on local school boards. So thank you for the question. Dr. Goldson.
Actually, you just said what I was going to recommend, but I just want to make sure that we're not making blanket statements that local boards don't review data, because that information is not necessarily true. The level that we would like for them to do it might be different than what's being done, and that is a conversation with MAEB. But there are local boards that are reviewing data. And so just like us, we review it and we've gotten granular on how we want that data presented, and that happens over time. I suspect that same happens at the local level too.
Excellent. Any final questions on our presentation here on NAEP?
I would just add to your final comments that one of the things that did surface during our task force conversations was exactly to your point, Dr. Johnson, was making sure that when we report out on our data, specifically those pre-formatted reports that come to us from the vendor, are meaningful. And then one of the things that our facilitators often said during the course of our task force work was that you often have some of the worst people designing those reports because they're not practitioners and they're not the ones that are having to take that information and use it. And so that is actually explicitly called out in our new request for proposal, is that not only do the summary reports and data reports that are being provided are technically sound, but they're also digestible. They also are actionable for our communities.
Yeah. Mr. Sanderson, I appreciate your comment there. It is incumbent upon us and our team to ensure that the data is ready to be analyzed. And we take that role very seriously and recognize that in past years, the data hasn't always been the most digestible in the way we've been producing it. So the notion of transparency goes right with accountability. So we appreciate that comment. Thank you very much for joining us this morning. All right, speaking of our local partners, we're going to transition to our state superintendent's update. Our local superintendent's update, excuse me. We're pleased to have Dr. Navarro with us, the esteemed superintendent from Charles County. Dr. Navarro, good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome.
Thank Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Michael, members of the Maryland State Board of Education, and Dr. Wright. My name is Maria Navarro, and I bring greetings to you from the students, educators, and families that make up our incredible Charles County Public School community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak before you today. On February 13th, Dr. Wright visited Charles County's first dual language school, where she was able to observe and interact with the inaugural cohort of pre-kindergarten and kindergarten students learning content in both English and Spanish. Arthur Middleton Elementary School now joins an ever-growing group of schools across Maryland that are deeply invested in supporting biliteracy at a time when we have well-documented research on the benefits for all students in learning grade-level content in multilingual settings. To support this cohort of schools, MSD has created a monthly work group that will be bringing its recommendations forward later this year regarding program implementation across the state and to develop resources to support the schools. I know these schools are perfect learning labs for our statewide focus on reading. In these schools, staff must understand deeply how students learn to read not only in English, but also in the other target language. For many of our schools in Maryland, it happens to be Spanish. For example, teachers at Arthur Middleton have deepened their understanding of how students learn to read fluently in English because they have to not only know that the English alphabet has 26 letters with 44 possible phonemes, but must also understand that in Spanish, there are actually 27 letters, but only about 22 to 24 phonemes. This impacts how their students learn to read and spell words and distinguish between languages. As a dual language teacher, regardless if you teach your content in English or in Spanish or in both languages, you have to understand deeply each language structure to support the learning of your students. I think some of our best reading teachers are being developed and are currently teaching in our dual language schools because of the necessity to understand deeply the science of reading and implement it in the context of multiple languages to help our students thrive. Staff at Arthur Middleton have spent countless hours developing their own skills and are eager to take advantage of all of the science of reading coursework that is available to us so that we can better support our students. MSD has further supported our school system through the Fostering Diverse Schools Grant. CCPS will use this grant to further develop our biliteracy framework for all grades and provide additional coaching to our staff so that we implement best models of biliteracy instruction in grade level rigorous learning environments. Thank you for your support for this important work.
Thank you, Dr. Navarro. We appreciate your time with us this morning. Colleagues, any questions for Dr. Navarro? Mr. Chesterfield. Oh, let's get Dr. Navarro back up here. Hold up one second. We need the Zoom screen back up. Okay.
Good morning. Thank you very much for that report. I'm interested in knowing a little bit about the buy-in from your different stakeholders in your dual programs.
Good morning. So we actually already have requests from multiple members of our communities to expand additional programs. It was when I first arrived in Charles County 4 years ago, it was one of the things that many English-speaking parents were asking for. And frankly, I had to work with the Spanish-speaking community to also explain to them that dual language programs and maintaining their first language as students are learning their second language was not a detriment to that process. So there is a lot of interest in Charles County for having more of these options available across all communities.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? Thank you, Dr. Navarro. All right, with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We will come back at 10:43. All right. and again, our agenda is a little off, but we're pleased to welcome for our stakeholder engagement session this morning, the Maryland Association of Student Councils. Here with us this morning, we have MASC President, Ms. Shraddha Bistra. We also have the First Vice President, Madison Watts, and Treasurer David Arawalo. Am I saying that correctly? Great. And we have longtime champion and advisor. She was, supporting us when I was in MASC 20 years ago. Miss Karen Crawford, thank you for being here with us this morning. This time I'll turn it over to you, Ms. Bistra, to lead us in our presentation, then we'll open it up for questions.
There we go. Good morning, Dr. Michael. Good morning, Dr. Wright and members of the board. Like he said, my name is Shraddha Bistra. I am a senior from Washington County, and I serve as the president of the Maryland Association of Student Councils, or MASC. Now I'll let my other officers introduce themselves.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Madison Watts. I am a senior from Montgomery County, and I serve as the first vice president of MASC.
Good morning, everyone. My name is David Arawalo. I am a sophomore from Eastern Tech High School in Baltimore County, Maryland, and I am serving as the treasurer of MASC.
And our fourth officer is Mr. Darrell Gross. He is an 8th grader, and he serves from Calvert County, and he serves as our second vice president. Ms. Crawford.
And Karen Crawford, a proud graduate of Montgomery County Public Schools and 37-year career there, and love that I'm still working with our great student leaders.
The Maryland Association of Student Councils is an organization that consists of secondary, public, private, and charter school-based student councils across the state of Maryland.
The mission of MASC is to foster a statewide environment for all secondary students to express and exchange opinions and ideas, develop leadership skills, and promote student involvement in all groups and organizations impacting the lives of students. MASC has 40 appointed staff working in 4 different departments, and those departments include our communications department, operations department, special issues department, and divisional liaisons. For better communication, we divide the state into 8 different divisions, and we have 3 LEAs within each division. Outside of these positions, MASC also has a student member on the MASC Board of Directors, a student member on the advisory to the subcabinet for the Maryland Center for School Safety, and a representative on the National Student Council, which is a program of the National Association of Secondary School Principals.
Within our departments, we also have committee opportunities allowing for students who are not on our appointed staff or executive board to be involved with MASC. We also have our Action in Middle Schools program, which is a once-in-a-month meeting online, fostered for middle schoolers to have an opportunity to learn about MASC, talk about their school issues, and share ideas that they have done in their student councils. This is led by our second vice president, which is not here with us today. And like our AIMS program, we also have a division meeting led by division liaisons. They're in an appointed position in MASC, and they also have a once-in-a-month meeting online to share with folks about what MASC does, talk about school issues going on around them, and share ideas about what they have in their own schools in their own regions, and that's all within their own respective divisions. And in our executive board, we have approximately 120 members. The members are chosen based off if they're elected officer in Maryland, regional president and advisor, middle school representative from each region, SMOBs like Abby, and other staff members in MASC. Over the past year, MASC has been actively engaged in various initiatives to promote student leadership and advocacy and collaboration across the state. We're now going to share some key activities and events that we've actually pioneered.
Yes. So after a June leadership retreat and staff development day, MASC hosted a 2-day workshop presenter certification in August, and that was followed up by an additional 1-day certification in September. And MASC truly values peer-to-peer teaching and mentorship, and we believe that it is absolutely important and effective, in order for creating and developing high-quality workshops. And we are excited to announce that this year we had a record 169 students certified to present workshops. Our first major conference was the Fall Leadership Conference, which was hosted in November, and we had a lot of student-led workshops and networking opportunities for our Maryland student leaders. In addition, our middle school students had the opportunity to learn about parliamentary procedure and participate and engage in a mock General Assembly. At the Fall Leadership Conference, we had 664 in attendance, and that represented 108 schools.
Our second conference of the year is our Winter Leadership Conference in late January. In addition to the leadership development through workshops and activities that our students get to participate in, we also discussed and took stances on bills traveling through the Maryland General Assembly this session. This conference was also the last step in the process for selecting the 2 final nominees for the state SMOB position. So at this conference, we had 526 students attending, representing 97 schools, and we also had an opportunity for students who couldn't attend but were part of member schools of MASC to vote remotely so that their voice was still heard in the election process for state SMOB. I want to take a moment now to introduce you to Mr. Omari Barnes, a junior from Prince George's County. Omari is the governor's appointment to the board for the next term. Omari, would you like to take a moment to introduce yourself?
Thank you very much. Board members. Oh,
Yeah, there you go.
There we go. As you can see, I'm used to having to project. But board members, I'm honored to be here. My name's Omari Barnes. I'm a junior from Prince George's County. I've been involved in a lot of leadership opportunities, but never would I have thought that I'd have the opportunity to serve others in this sort of capacity. So I'm incredibly honored. I can't wait to get started, and I'm looking forward to helping to make Maryland the best educational system possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Amari. And our third and major conference of the year is our convention, which happens in Ocean City, and it's actually taking place in March next month. This event features, again, student-written and student-led workshops, a national motivational speaker, elections, great opportunities to learn about other organizations, and networking opportunities within different student councils and organizations. We also have recreation and fun, so it's going to be a wonderful time. Our sister organization, the Maryland Leadership Workshop, also known as MLW, would also present workshops and share information about their great summer leadership programs. This year, we have representatives from the Maryland Department of Service and Civic Innovations come to share information about the Maryland Service Year option. We're excited to bring back our awards program as a banquet at the Ocean City Convention Center with plenty of space. This would be a good opportunity for our students to learn about a Twitter dinner, as it will be many of theirs first time. We have 1,024 people registered, and they're representing 134 schools in Maryland. Throughout the year, we also have webinars on topics ranging from voters registration to SMOB information, service and inclusion, and leadership inclusion, my bad. Appointed staff and students that are working on the committees would be able to plan and facilitate our webinars there.
Next, our Legislative Advocacy Week is a suggested week where our regions visit Annapolis to meet with their legislators, and MASC highly encourages student involvement in state-level policy, and our state legislative affairs coordinators, we call them slackers, work with many students in preparing and giving testimony at committee hearings and directly to legislators. Outside of this suggested week, we have student leaders going to Annapolis throughout the legislative session, and our slackers have given or will give written or oral testimony on legislative stances passed by MASC throughout the legislative session.
Yeah. And MASC collaborates with many organizations like the Maryland Youth Advisory Council, which is MIAC, where we appoint 4 representatives for a 2-year term, the Maryland Center of School Safety, where we appoint a voting student member, the Maryland Civic Coalition, the Maryland Business Roundtable for Education, the Maryland Association of Secondary School Principals, which is MASSP, the Maryland Leadership Workshops, MLW, plus other organizations like the Accountability and Implementation Board, and CSUM, the Council of Education, Administrative, and Supervisory Organizations of Maryland. We are also always reaching out to other organizations that have similar goals and interests like MASC does.
We'd like to take some time to share information about our collaboration with the state board this past year regarding the selection process for the nominees for the student member. Since 2015, the average number of nominees for this position has been 12 students. However, last year we only received 2 nominations. So our work group was tasked with reviewing, evaluating, and providing recommendations on the processes, the timelines, the outreach initiatives associated with nominating these 2 candidates to the governor for the appointment of the state SMOB. We met 4 times with stakeholder groups that included board members, a representative from MSDE, representatives from the Maryland Youth Advisory Council, the governor's appointment office, several MASC students, including myself, and the MASC executive director. By implementing the recommendations from this work group and significantly expanding our outreach, MASC is proud to announce that we received 25 nominations from 15 different LEAs this past cycle. The selection committee reviewed the student submissions and selected the top 12 candidates for a round of interviews. And following those interviews, 5 students were chosen to attend the Winter Leadership Conference, where they delivered speeches and participated in a Q&A session. A published voter guide, including the candidates' personal statements as well as their resumes, were shared to attending delegates to help them make their top 2 decision. And I also want to take a moment to thank Dr. Michael. He was the opening speaker for this event this past January, and he really does bring a unique perspective to this conference and to the students of Maryland, having served as the SMOB during the 2005-2006 term and now serving as the president. So thank you very much for that. To conclude, I want to thank everyone here for allowing MASC this time to share the work of our organization with you all. With the limited time for this presentation, we have included a more detailed description of our organization, what we do in the materials that we submitted earlier. So thank you guys again, and we will take any questions.
Thank you so much. Before I open it up to questions, I just want to commend each of you and Ms. Crawford for your exemplary leadership. There were a lot of questions about what the future of student leadership might look like in this state coming out of the pandemic. There were challenges in bringing students together. There were organizational challenges at MASC that many people have navigated. The 3 of you and the team that you all have put together have put MASC back on the map. And I just want to congratulate you and give you a round of applause for your exemplary leadership.
Thank you.
Any questions or comments from members of the board? Mr. Gadam.
So I also just want to give my flowers to MASC as someone who meets with them, who works with them on the regular. So beyond just my role as the student member on the state board and communicating with MASC students and regional heads to learn about student issues on the ground, I've also been a member of MASC as just another student that they've helped with their leadership initiatives and someone who's also learned and grown from them, because MASC to me is not just an organization that champions student concerns and student voices, but it empowers the students themselves to seek out leadership and be leaders in their own rights. So I've learned significantly from them, and it's helped me find my own leadership style. I think it's truly amazing the work that they do, especially the people on the board and Ms. Crawford. You've been really instrumental in helping me with my role on the state board, as well as just improving my sense of leadership as well. So I just want to give my flowers, and thank you.
Mr. Crawford.
I just want to commend the organization. I have been on the board now about 5 years, 6 years. I've been thoroughly impressed with the quality of the candidates that we've had. From my perspective, I don't really think of our student representative as a representative, but a full partner as a valued member of the board. So again, thank you much for everything. You guys do some incredibly good work. Thank you.
Other members? All right, then I'll send us with a charge. So congratulations on all that has been done to really galvanize the student voice across the state. My charge to the organization is to really step up engagement with our body. We will continue to, it's on us for having discontinued inviting MASC, that we are going to continue inviting MASC at least on an annual, if not more frequent basis. But my charge to you is to find ways to get involved in committees across the department, to be an active member of our public comment process, and to be proactively reaching out, aligned with your mission, to find ways to really influence the work of the State Department and the State Board of Education. So you have raised the standard for the next group of students, and please pass on the message that we are setting even higher standards, because we know that you all are capable. As many people, as one of them, former principal Marcy Leonard often corrects, she says, people often say our students are our leaders of tomorrow. And she often corrects that, no, that is not true. Our students are our leaders of today. And we need your voice, and we need it increasingly present in all that we do. So thank you for being here. And if you would, please join us for a picture.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. All right. We are going to now transition to the next portion on our agenda, the 2024 cohort graduation rate data information presentation. At this time, we'll call on Dr. Wright to introduce staff for this presentation.
Yes, Mr. Sanderson is coming back. He's going to update you on our latest graduation rate and information related thereto. Mr. Sanderson.
Good morning again. For this presentation, we're going to give you the most recent data available, which represents the 2024 cohort graduation rates. We'll also be sharing the 4-year rates as well as the 5-year rates, in addition to our most recent dropout rates, be able to go over that information with you. Just as a kind of a preview of coming attractions, and I think as maybe further testament to the resilience of our school communities, what you're going to find in this morning's presentation is that our graduation rates are improving and our dropout rates are decreasing. And so we saw positives in both directions relative to those two indicators. Just as a quick reminder, or for a reteach or new teach for those less familiar, how we calculate the adjusted cohort graduation rates. It is based on a 4-year period when we're looking at the on-time graduation or 4-year rates. It also allows for students to enter into the cohort at later points of their high school career as well as exit. So as an example, if I'm a student in 10th grade in a Maryland public school and I withdraw to go out of state to another high school, I would be removed from the cohort because I'm no longer a participant. Likewise, if I'm new to the state, coming into it at any point along my high school career, I would be introduced into that respective cohort. It's all anchored by what we call first-time 9th grade. So that establishes what cohort you would belong to. Excuse me, you would belong to. You'll see in the example here, and this is alluding to where we're going to go with our most recent data. We had in the most recent class 67,349 students that were members of the 2024 cohort. Of those, we had 58,965 that obtained their high school diploma within the 4 years, which yielded a graduation rate of 87.6%. One of the things I was mentioning about the resiliency of our school community is this class represents, by and large, freshmen for the first time who experienced school virtually. So this is the cohort who began in 9th grade virtually or remote and then matriculated through as we re-entered post-COVID. For this slide, what you'll see is historical trend data. Graduation rates in general are relatively stable at the state level, by and large, because you're dealing with such a large group of students. On average, in any given year, we have approximately 65,500 students that are are members of a specific cohort. You'll see in the table for each of the respective years how many were represented in the counts and then how many obtained their diploma within 4 years. And then as you look at the bar chart, you'll see beginning in 2015 where we provided information, we had a graduation rate of 87.0%, spanning all the way to current day where we are at 87.6%. So you do see stability. We did see also in response immediately to COVID a decrease in 2023 when I presented this information to you. So this year was encouraging to be able to see an increase in the graduation rates of approximately 1.8 percentage points compared to last year. For this breakdown, you'll see on the left-hand side the racial categories, and then on the right-hand side breaks it down by gender as well as service groups. The red vertical line is a visual cue to remind you of what the overall state average is, so that 87.6% is represented not only in the call-out box but also in the line so that you can see each group in relation to the overall state average. So as an example, when you're looking at the first 2 rows of data for American Indian and our Native Alaskans, you will see that in the 2024 or most recent year, their graduation rate 4 years was 84.1% in comparison to the state average, which is represented by the red line. Variations across student groups are noted. You'll also see that for several student groups, the largest increases that we observed were for our Hispanic students and our multilingual students, which is encouraging information to the point where we actually saw a 7.4 percentage point increase in our Hispanic student groups, and even larger within our multilingual student groups, we saw a 10.5 percentage point increase comparing 2023 to 2024. This table represents all 24 LEAs in alphabetical order, what their most recent graduation rates were from 2024. You'll see that the graduation rates themselves span from 71% up to 95% or higher across our LEAs. Now we're shifting, moving from 4-year rates to 5-year rates. So it has to go back 1 year because it's a lag indicator, so we have to give an extra year. So now we are looking at the 2023 cohort. What you'll see on average, and so I should state, for students that do not complete within 4 years but remain in school, what we refer to as continuers, we also check back after that 5th year to see if they have accomplished or achieved their high school diploma. And so we do an adjusted 5-year graduation rate. In general, when you compare a 4-year rate to a 5-year rate for the same cohort, you typically will recognize 1.5 to 1.8 percentage point increase. It will always go up because it would be for those students who did not complete in 4 years, and if any of them do complete after 5 years, then they will be added to the numerator for being able to do this calculation. And so what you'll see most recently with our 5-year rate, it came in at 87.4% for the class of 2023. You'll see that the 4-year rate for the class of 2023 was actually at 85.8%. And so a modest increase from the 4-year rate to the 5-year rate. And we recognize, again, that trend across each of the cohort years. Dropout rates. So this illustration shows what I had referenced earlier about not only do we observe improvement in our 2024 graduation rates, we also recognize decreases in our 2024 cohort dropout rates, which is a positive to be able to see that decrease. Most recently, the dropout rate for 2024 was at 8.3%. You'll see trend history that it's been relatively stable with, again, that slight uptick in 2023 that we observed. That also was a contributor to the 2023 graduation rates that we observed. To the right, you'll see in the pie chart, this is the distribution by racial groups within the dropout rate indicator itself. And so you'll see of the share of 8.3%, what racial groups are represented within the demographics. Okay. This is the one I'm most excited about, so that's why it's difficult when it's not working. So while we advance to the last slide, either behind me or thank you. One of the things I wanted to introduce to state board members for consideration and to determine if we would like to extend this conversation is starting to look through the lens of post-secondary outcomes. We've had a lot of conversation, most recently in the past around college career readiness. And one of the ways I think we can potentially inform the work that's occurring in the schools is also looking at what are the successes of our students post-high school. And so one of the data sets that's available to us comes to us from the National Student Clearinghouse. And if you're not familiar with it, it has an overwhelming majority of coverage for U.S. public schools, institutions of higher education. By that I mean that it has membership in 99% plus of our, even better, of our institutions of higher education. Or I can hand it up. Okay, so let me walk you through what this data is displaying. It is from the 2023 graduates, and so the way this works with Clearinghouse is that each year, as an SEA, we can provide to the National Student Clearinghouse a data file that has all of our graduates from a given class. And then the work that National Student Clearinghouse can provide to us is they do matching services for those students once they enroll in institutions of higher education. And based on that matching, it opens the doors to a lot of additional information that we can have access to. We can determine of our graduates which ones enroll immediately in the fall upon their high school graduation. It also provides information for our graduates that enroll within the first 12 months, within the first 24 months. It allows us to have information on where are they going. So I can tell you, as of right now, what are the top 25 institutions that Maryland high school graduates are attending once they graduate from public schools. It gives information around persistence as far as those that do enroll in an institution of higher education. How many return in year 2, and how are they doing? And then it gives information around degree attainment. Those students that do attend college, are they graduating with a degree in 4 years or 5 years or 6 years? So for this slide, I want to walk you through kind of the entry point. And this represents essentially what is the college going rate for Maryland public high school students. And so as an example, most recently from the class of 2023, you'll see that 62.2% of our graduates enrolled in college within 12 months upon high school graduation. The table to the right represents where do they go? What are the demographic features of those institutions? And so what you'll see is of those that went to college within the first 12 months, 82% went to a public institution compared to approximately 18% that went to a private institution. You'll see a similar breakout of 2-year compared to 4-year, with 38% attending, 38.7% attending the 2-year compared to 61.3% going on to 4-year. And then the last one represents those that are attending in-state institutions compared to out-of-state institutions. And the reach that we have there, again, goes for a student that is attending any U.S. Institution of higher education, then we likely will have data on that individual. The footnote that I'll call out, that's a kudos to my team. If you're doing the math like we do in spot checking, we noticed that the comparison for the in-state versus out-of-state was 3 students less than we were observing within the other 2 categories of public versus private and 2-year versus 4-year. The reason for that is we had 3 Maryland high school graduates that went overseas and attended an overseas university their first year. And so while we had data on them, we didn't know if it was not in-state or out-of-state because it was out of country. And so even in that instance, we are able to look at data. But I put this as an introduction to you all for consideration and welcome feedback on where we could go with this information. Again, as a kind of a reminder for some of this, we can also share not only did they go to college, but did they return? And did they return and have success? Did they have success within 4 years or 5 years or 6 years? We have information available around what did they study. So where are the concentrations as it relates to majors and degree pathways for our students? And just lots of other information, but this one was a quick slide deck for me, be able to go over with you all, and I will open it for any questions that you might have.
Great, thank you very much. We'll start with Ms. Medina, then Ms. McCusker, Mr. Chesterfield, and then Mr. Greer.
Thank you so much for this presentation. And just for my own clarification so that I can understand this last slide better. Is this, when we're talking about those public, private, and all of the breakdown, is this including the trade school types, or is this specific college and university? Because I want to make sure that we are presenting information accurately. So if we're saying post-secondary, then that should kind of encompass more than just college. Do you see where I'm going with that?
I do, and I'm going to need to clarify for that. I haven't been asked that before. Typically when we talk, it's around those going to 2-year compared to 4-year. I will need to see if it's a trade school that is sanctioned by a national authority. It likely has membership within the National Student Clearinghouse, but I can confirm that for you.
Right. So if it is just colleges and universities, that's fine, but we would just want to make sure that we're presenting that statement accurately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Medina. Ms. McCusker.
Thank you for the presentation. And one of my comments was related to yours because I was wondering if we had information on how many graduates we had that went on straight into a career that might have been connected to a CTE certification. Because we are investing in our CTE programs, and we're looking at a lot of kids that are going into internships now and apprenticeships, and I would be interested at some point in finding out whether or not those kids are getting jobs when they leave school, not just going to school, but going into career. And I had one other question. On the slide with graduation rate by student groups, when we talked about students with disabilities, where do students who are certificate bound rather than diploma bound fit into this data?
They would count positively if they achieve that respective pathway.
Okay, so the certificate pathway is considered the same as the diploma pathway for this data?
That's correct.
Okay, great, thank you, that's what I wondered.
Yeah, I think we need the clarification about the clearinghouse versus our data. So what the question is the clearinghouse counting certificate?
No, the question was, and I want, when it says our four-year cohort graduation rate, does that include, is that just diploma students, or does that include our students with certificates?
I think that only includes
certificates.
It
also.
does? We better, let's double check on that, because I didn't think it did either. Okay.
Can we note to bring back clarification on that?
Excuse me?
Can we note to bring back clarification on that?
Absolutely.
Great, thank you.
Can we find out how many left with certificates?
1 second. We have a follow-up question, Dr. Lewis?
And when that data comes back, because that was on there, can we see how many students left with certificates of completion, students with disabilities left? Can that be disaggregated out? Thank you.
Yes.
All right, thank you. Ms. McCusker, is that it for you? That was it. Great, thank you. Mr. Chesterfield.
Can we go to the slide with a dropout?
I'm sorry, which slide
With
again?
a four-year cohort dropout trend.
Dropouts.
Yes. The area with Hispanic, in terms of the dropout, is that attributed to the fact that they may be moving from location to location, or is just, or you won't be aware of that?
I don't think we would have any way of knowing that, to be honest with you, unless the school was coding it in a certain way. I don't know. We could look and see, but I don't know that we would have that data.
Okay, and do we have any breakdown in terms of districts? In terms
For
of the
dropout
dropout
rate?
rate?
Yes. Yes, we do. We can get that to you also. But and as a quick plug for MSDE's website, as of now on the Maryland Report Card website, we have updated it with all of the graduation rates that I've just shared with you all, which allows for disaggregation down to LEA as well as school. It also has the same student groups that we were reviewing today at the state level available on our website for disaggregation.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Greer.
Thanks. Hi. Good. Great presentation. Thank you, Mr. Sanders. Sanderson, sorry. Again, just going to applaud last year when we looked at this data in March, we were looking at multilingual learners and Hispanic and Latinx populations declining at a rate greater than their peers. I think we still have a challenge here, but this is good. These are good gains in terms of graduation rate. I'm interested if we know or if we're learning what's happening in that population. Specifically, I see, and I'm going to make a leap here. I don't know if it's the right leap. It probably is not, because there's multi-factors here. But we see gains, outsized gains in Prince George's, Garrett, and Allegheny compared to their LEA peers, if you look at the data from last year at this time, or in March when we looked at it. So is there anything to be learned there? Specifically with this population, I'm still struggling with the dropout numbers, but I think nevertheless, like, we see some increases here that are the right momentum, which is helpful. So I'm just pushing on us. We don't have to have an answer here, to just learn a little bit about what's happening in those spaces and in those places where something's going right. Thanks.
Other questions? A quick request and then a question and a comment from me. First, can we get side-by-side year-over-year for each district, just so we have that more readily, closely
Sure.
available. And thank you for the alphabetical listing.
You're welcome.
I want to just caution, so when we look at, nope, right back where you were. Yes, can you go back to the student group? Okay. It appears that the primary driver of our data, last year at this time, this board lifted that our Latinx students and the correlated data with multilingual learners was the primary driver and the largest gap that persisted in this data. My question, so I have a fear that we will see a return of that data in 25. We will see a return. Recall that this is graduation data for students that completed schooling in June of 24.
It also includes through the fall.
Through the fall,
because
sure.
they've got through the summer and into that's one of the reasons we're trying to get the data.
But all before
Yes.
January 2025.
Correct.
And given the climate that we live in, I am deeply concerned that we will see members of our community retreat. And so my question is, what proactive strategies do we know that districts are putting in place or that we're putting in place to sustain student success here, as well as in attendance, literacy, mathematics for this specific population, and what data points and leading indicators are we able to be monitoring so that we don't have a surprise when we see this data next year. All right. Are there any additional questions or comments? Okay. With that, Mr. Sanderson, we appreciate your presentation. I believe you're back up here again.
I am.
Excellent. All right. With that, we are going to transition to our next presentation. We have a presentation on our educator workforce overview. And I'll turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce our presenters.
Yes, I don't know if Kelly is on or not. Okay, Kelly Meadows is ill, so but she was going to be available for any questions that might arise, and Mr. Sanderson's going to do the presentation. There she is.
There we go. So as Dr. Wright mentioned, our resident expert is in her residence as we speak. And so for sake of continuity, I'm going to go through the slides and share those with you. And then Ms. Meadows is available for questions that I can't speak to directly, but we know she likely will have the answer. Last month, we came to you all and gave essentially a teaser, just a quick update on some of the data that we have that has come in based on our fall staff collection. What we'd like to do today is give you a more comprehensive profile of the educator workforce in the state of Maryland. As of this fall, we have 63,515 teachers. That includes all 24 LEAs in addition to the members of the seed school community. You'll see visually where the numbers track with the 5 regions that we organize the state of Maryland in as it relates to public education. For this side, this represents the diversity of our teaching workforce over a period of 5 years. You'll see we are predominantly white teacher workforce in this state. As far as the changes over time, it's been relatively stable in the makeup of our teachers and faculty. We did observe most recently a small, modest increase in our Hispanic workforce and increasing the Hispanic teachers that are working with our students. This slide breaks it down based on the features of our first-year teachers, and then what you'll see represented based on each of the lines The blue line represents our Asian teachers and their share of first-year teachers at approximately 4% of those first-year teachers, followed by our Hispanic teachers that are at 7.4% most recently. And then you have, for our African-American teachers, they represent approximately 33% of the first-year teacher workforce. And then finally, with our white teacher workforce at 50.7%. For the attrition rates, which we've been having multiple conversations around, this slide illustrates it not only at the school level, but also at the LEA and at the state level. And so wanted to be able to share with you all the nuanced differences that we will see. If you track with the blue line, that represents overall state of Maryland, what is the teacher attrition rate. And what you'll see that most recently we had a decrease in the attrition rates, moving from 10.7% attrition rate previously to statewide now at 9.4%. You also see the differences that occur at the LEA level, which is represented by the orange line, and then at the school level, represented by the green line. I do want to point out that the school line is going to be the one that is subject to the most change, because as an example, I could be a teacher in LEA 1, Campus 1, and I transition to that same school district, same LEA, but to a different campus. I would be considered in the school calculation someone who has left, who has attrition out of that particular school, but I would not be counted negatively at the LEA level because I'm still within the LEA. And then likewise with the state, if a teacher were to move, relocate, whatnot, but continues in the workforce in the state of Maryland, that person would be still continuously employed. It would not be part of the attrition rates. For the next slide, trying to understand a little bit better for attrition rates, how it's impacted by our teachers' years of service, the experience that they have, and who is more likely to leave the workforce. And as you likely suspected, the highest attrition rate is found amongst those that have the least amount of experience or are the newest to the education workplace. And so that is represented by less than 3 years within this table, which is the dark blue line or the top line that you see, that 13.7% most recently. And even though the attrition rates have declined at all levels of experience, novice teachers continue to remain the most likely to leave the workforce. Further unpacking this information, looking at it broken out by race, ethnicity, which teachers are more likely to leave the workforce, and you'll see the highest rate of attrition is concentrated within our African American workforce. Those individuals are most likely, as it relates to our overall attrition rates, to leave the teaching profession, followed by our Hispanic teachers, and then our whites and our Asians. So this one is our day one collection. Most recently, we've been sharing this information also and monitoring it. We observed year-over-year change, a 17% decrease in vacancies most recently with 1,619 vacancies to start the school year compared to more recently last year at 1,941. Continuing, we have also focused attention on our conditionally licensed teachers and the share of the workforce that they represent. We did see a small decrease comparing 2023-24 to the most recent 2024-25 year, with a 6% decline in the number of conditionally licensed teachers. But again, they continue to make up approximately 10% of the teacher workforce here in Maryland. Further breaking it down to understand who is likely to be a conditionally licensed teacher, you'll see the demographic distribution within the conditionally certified teachers based on each school year. Most recently, if you're working this stacked column from bottom to top, you'll see the bottom represents the Asian, our Asian conditionally licensed teachers, followed by our African Americans represented in orange, and then Hispanic in gray, followed by 2 or more in whites. And so you'll see the largest share of our conditionally licensed teachers is represented by our African American Hispanic individuals. Apologies. Okay. Teacher shortage, this is where I'm subbing in and filling in, kind of go through. The first item indicates here that we have 49 states plus the District of Columbia that employed an estimated 365,000 teachers who were not fully certified for their teaching assignments. The 50th state is New Hampshire. It did not report that information, and so that's why it kind of stands out with 49. We also have 30 states plus the District of Columbia that publish data on vacancies. We are one of those with 41,920 unfilled teaching positions most recently. And then by estimates, over 406,000 positions were either unfilled or filled by teachers not fully certified, which represents approximately 1 out of every 8 teaching assignments nationally. Some blueprint initiatives many of you are aware of. The Career Ladder establishes a teacher leadership track for those individuals who want to stay in the classroom. There is a minimum base salary that's been established by July 1 of 2026 at $60,000. You'll see salary incentives that are around those that achieve national board certification. Also, each local education agency has to submit to the AIB a recruitment plan for AIB's approval and how to increase workforce diversity and retention. Also, the LEAs have plans to establish Grow Your Own and locally to be able to build teacher workforce within each of their respective school districts. And then the Governor's Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act expands and fully funds the state Grow Your Own grant program established in 2024. The last slide, I believe, for this information deals with the Interstate Teacher Mobility Compact. This is a reciprocal arrangement for member states to allow for teachers that are fully licensed in one state to have greater ease in becoming licensed in another state to support that transition from across state lines. You'll see the Council of State Governments partnered with the Department of Defense and the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education to draft these guidelines and this compact. Members enter into a legally binding agreement. Currently, there are 12 member states that are part of this interstate compact, and the Governor's Excellence in Maryland Public Schools Act establishes Maryland as a member of the compact. And then the last slide just represents the glossary of terms for reference. If there were any questions at this point, I will open it up for questions to myself or to my virtual expert colleague.
Great. Thank you, Mr. Sanderson. Let's see. Questions? Dr. Goldson.
Thank you. Just wondering if we've been providing targeted support to retain Hispanic and Latino educators.
So I can speak to the aligned metrics. We do have targets that are around teacher retention and diversity, that part of our 3-year deliverables that we have put out. Now, as far as the strategies, I'm probably going to have to defer to some of my colleagues on what actually being employed for those retention strategies.
I know you can't hear me because of that amazing band behind me. So if you could just provide that list of strategies and support so we can find ways that we could make sure other LEAs are using
Will do.
it. Thanks.
Okay. We might need to take a break. No kidding. But isn't it the CIA?
All right, we're going to keep going. Next question.
It's the basketball championship that's going on.
It is.
It's the basketball championship. Yeah. Yeah, it's college basketball. Yeah.
Mr. Sanderson, a question about our community schools, our lower performing schools. What do we know about the certification levels and the vacancies and conditionally certified teachers in our schools with our students who need the most support? What do we know about those levels?
Yeah, and globally, we do know that the more concentration of needs in schools also impacts the retention of our workforce, and also trying to, part of the Blueprint initiative with being able to locate our nationally board certified teachers within those schools with the greatest challenges. We have seen some distribution, but it's fairly even. What we do know in looking at the data previously was approximately 12% of our nationally board certified teachers are teaching in those low performing schools. So there is some share of the incentive that is, we assume, driving teachers to be able to want to support those schools' greatest needs.
But we can drill down and get that data for you, because I think that would be helpful for us to see that. I think it would also be helpful to see it not only by what you've described, but also it'd be kind of interesting to see what their MCAP data look like over a period of, at least 3 years as well.
Yes.
So give us the opportunity to pull those data by LEA, by community school, using those data points.
Great. Next question to Mr. Sanderson or Ms. Meadows. We discussed the incentive for teachers working in low-performing schools. How is that incentive working? As in, like, is it working? Not how does it work, but is it working?
As it relates to NBC, or as it just relates to...
As it relates to NBC, are we seeing...
The $7,000.
Right.
Well, that would be for low-performing schools. What we have observed is that 12% of our teachers that have achieved the national board certification are teaching within the low-performing schools.
Okay. That seems low to me. Is that?
I would agree.
Okay. Thank you. Ms. Medina?
I think, as just a follow-up, I think my follow-up question to that would be, are we seeing that those monetary incentives, have we seen any type of increase in the NBC certified teachers going to low-performing schools? Are we not?
That's been part of the issue. Okay. Is that we are not, I think, what was the percentage you gave, 12%? Right, that's just about it. And we've really not seen a significant increase over that, but we can give you that data over time. But that's been a concern, to be honest with you, even regarding the budget.
Great. Ms. Chang.
Yeah, I know that the ITMC just established this year, so I'm just wondering, do we have kind of baseline data? So in the long term, when we track how easily, how much time that the teachers, qualified teachers, transfer into Maryland to track. Thank you.
I'm looking in Ms. Meadows. We haven't.
Apologies. Can you please clarify? I'm not sure I understood your question.
Oh, I try to see, if there is any increase of recruitment from other neighboring state or outside of state. And the other aspect is that, is it an improve of time, like a decrease in the time when they can start teaching in Maryland?
So currently we do not track through the staffing report how many individuals we're recruiting into our LEAs from out of state. So that is not data that I have for you, Ms. Chang.
But we do collect data, true or false, in the number of teachers that are coming from out of state to Maryland.
I can track the number of licensure applicants from out of state, but that is different from those that are being employed.
Right, exactly. Because I know we are an import state, so the majority of our teachers do come from out of state.
Yes.
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 I think to that point, not necessarily on this data, but as we move forward, being an import state is such an important part, of the discussion, and I think it is used as a blanket to cover up trends within state. To the extent that we can bring that in as a regular part of the conversation.
That's a good point.
Even if it's not new hires, just applications for licensure and caveat it that way, I think that would be really helpful as we take a deeper look.
That's a good idea.
Thank you, Ms. Chang. Other questions? All right. Well, thank you for this update. We've been talking a lot about the teacher workforce lately, so it's great to have it here. All right. With that, we'll move to our next item on the agenda. We have an update on pre-K expansion grant and Excel's rating updates. I'll call on Dr. Wright, who will introduce our panel of presenters.
Yes, coming to the table are Jenna Smith and Tara Phillips. They are currently the co-interim assistant superintendents for the Department of Early Childhood until we hire our new assistant superintendent. And Dr. Nakia Washington will be at the table as well. I don't see Tara. Is she not here? Tara's not here? She's coming right now. We'll get started. Okay.
Good morning. Welcome.
I'm Jenna Smith. I am the Interim Assistant State Superintendent with the Division of Early Childhood and the Director of Quality Improvement and Initiatives with the division as well. And myself and Dr. Nakia Washington are here to bring you updates regarding pre-kindergarten expansion and Maryland Excels. Next slide, please. Great. Today we're going to be talking about the mixed delivery model, the pre-K expansion grant, as well as Maryland Excel's participation in ratings. Next slide. I'm going to pass it over to Dr. Washington to get things started.
Thank you. Good morning again. I will discuss the pre-kindergarten mixed
Turn your mic on.
Good morning again. Thank you. I will discuss the pre-kindergarten mixed delivery model and pre-K expansion grant opportunity. MSDE plans to expand access to pre-K through a mixed delivery pre-K model. And that mixed delivery pre-K model offers preschool programs in a variety of settings to meet the needs of families. Maryland's plan through the Blueprint for Maryland's Future expands access to high-quality pre-K through this mixed delivery model. These settings include local education agencies as well as non-local education agencies such as Head Start programs, community-based child care centers, family child care homes, Montessori programs, and private schools. Next slide, please. As a result, Maryland's support of mixed delivery and guidance to maximize the number of students served in mixed delivery system, the Accountability and Implementation Board, and of course the State Board of Education issued the following policy guidance as it relates to public providers focusing on ensuring all eligible Tier 1 4-year-olds are served, private providers, including Head Start, focusing on serving Tier 1 3-year-olds and Tier 2 and 3 4-year-olds. Private providers may choose to serve Tier 1 4-year-olds. Public providers may choose to serve Tier 2 and 3 4-year-olds. Those providers that serve Tier 2 and 3 4-year-olds may choose to collect family share, but are not required to do so. Next slide, please. Oh, here we go. An opportunity to participate in pre-K mixed delivery for both public and private providers is available through the Pre-Kindergarten Expansion Grant. The Pre-Kindergarten Expansion Grant is a competitive grant program that provides funding for LEAs and private providers to administer high-quality pre-kindergarten and school readiness services throughout the state for children and their families in alignment with the Blueprint for Maryland's Future. And the purpose is to broaden availability and expand access to high-quality pre-kindergarten and school readiness services for 3 and 4-year-olds from families whose household incomes are up to 300% of the federal poverty level. The Pre-Kindergarten Expansion Grant funding opportunity is designed for those who deliver pre-kindergarten services and Expansion grant eligibility includes local education agencies, LEAs and qualified vendors as defined in COMAR 13A.06.02 and are participating in Maryland Excels, private providers who hold a valid license or registration and have no serious health or safety violations within the last year, and Head Start programs who supplement federally funded slots with state pre-K funds. Next slide, please. Thank you. The expansion grant applications for FY26 must be completed and submitted electronically through an online system. Applicants must attach any supporting documentation as appendices within the electronic application. The application is available for new participants and current grantees in good standing. A current grantee is considered in good standing if the following conditions are met. They maintain a lead teacher that meets the blueprint requirements. They maintain Maryland Excel's quality rating level 3 or higher. They're in compliance with grant reporting requirements and fiscal guidelines. They're not under a corrective action plan for fiscal or instructional concerns. I would also like to note that a paper application will be available online and can be used as a worksheet or reference. However, the application must be submitted electronically through the online system. And as I conclude the pre-kindergarten expansion grant portion of this presentation, I would just like to announce that the FY26 pre-kindergarten expansion grant application was released today, and it is live on the MSDE webpage for all to review and apply. And now I will turn it back over to Jenna Smith to talk about Maryland Excels. Thank you.
Thanks, Nakia. Thanks, Nakia. So Maryland Excels is Maryland's voluntary quality rating and improvement system. Programs that are eligible to participate include licensed child care programs, centers, registered family homes, large family child care homes, school-age only programs, and LEA's public pre-kindergarten programs. Currently, we have about 70% of all of our licensed child care programs participating in Maryland Excels, with 83% of those being child care centers and 63% being family child care. In FY22, 23, and in FY24, we've seen an increase in our Maryland Excels participating programs across all program types, including those with the LEAs and public pre-kindergarten. We currently have about 34% of all of our programs rated at a level 3, 4, or 5. As of January 15th, 2025, 208 child care centers were published at a quality rate at 5, 133 family child care providers, and 254 LEAs, public pre-kindergarten programs. Programs that participate in Maryland Excels are not only eligible to participate in pre-K expansion with quality ratings of 3, 4, or 5, but are also eligible for child care reimbursement scholarships. So children and families with child care scholarships will enroll in programs participating in Maryland Excels, and those programs that are published at higher ratings of 3, 4, or 5 receive an increased differential on top of their scholarship reimbursements. In order to achieve a Maryland Excels quality rating 5, programs need to pursue and achieve either national and or state accreditation. And there's usually questions about what's the difference between accreditation and Maryland Excels. Well, accreditation is an overall process of self-appraisal, of technical assistance, of program improvement planning, and a validation visit that concludes with the award of accreditation, which is valid in most cases for 5 years. Maryland accreditation, which is available for child care centers, LEAs, and school-age only programs, are accredited for 5 years with Maryland accreditation, which is in line with most national accrediting organizations. For Maryland Excels, it's a rating system that starts at a 1 and goes up to a 5, so it's progressive. So it allows for programs, particularly our child care programs, to come in at a more entry level of a quality rating and then be able to provide resources and guidance to be able to develop program improvement planning that will result in higher quality ratings and result in higher quality programming. As I said, Maryland Excels has 5 ratings. As you can see, as we move through the ratings, there are different types of evidence that supports those quality ratings. So looking at schedules and the offering of family conferences for our quality rated ones, but moving into with processes of observation, as well as activities that are informed by early learning guidelines for level 2. At level 3, we introduce program improvement planning and program self-assessment, as well as we are looking at higher staff training and professional development experiences. For our level 4 programs, we're looking at increased alignment with curriculum, increased observation and assessment, as well as the process of accreditation beginning. And for our level 5 programs, those are our programs who have achieved state or national accreditation, whose staff meets our highest level of training and credential experiences. These programs offer a variety of opportunities for family engagement, as well as a number of developmentally appropriate activities, lesson plannings, and ongoing assessments to track child's growth and development. Maryland Excels is a required participation and publication of ratings of a 3, 4, or 5 are required for programs to be eligible for the pre-K expansion grant. These programs have the ability to come in at the time of application with a rating of a 3 with a plan to get to a 5 over 5 years, the same for a 4 and a 5. Our programs whom are maintaining these ratings are maintained and supported through both the pre-K monitoring process as well as our quality assurance specialists. And for our programs who are looking to achieve these higher ratings for future pre-K opportunities, they also get to work with our quality assurance specialists and program coordinators to support quality improvement. And that is the end of our presentation.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Washington and Ms. Smith, for the excellent presentation. Open it up to board members for questions. Mr. Greer.
Thank you. Thank you, team. I just want to note that thank you to you all for helping us host the first Early Childhood Education Committee meeting just last week. So that was wonderful. We heard from providers and staff and other stakeholders and advocacy stakeholders across the state and heard a lot of things. I applaud the team. That group applauded the team on the early release of the grant. So way to go getting that done today. And then also hearing the feedback from the field on making a paper-based application available so that providers can actually do their response and then submit instead of needing to go step by step and do it all in one sitting. So incredible, great feedback, and listening to the feedback, I should say. We've heard a host of concerns. I think we heard some this morning in public comment about how the Excels rating being dropped drastically can impact especially the small providers, the small businesses that are trying to access Excel or trying to access the grant, the expansion grant. I'd love to explore that further, and would love to just continue that dialogue so we can understand really what's behind it and how we can work towards something. The other thing that I hear from other providers is, and we heard this in the committee meeting as well, that the small businesses, the small providers don't necessarily have the same playing field equitably in terms of knowing how to run their business or needing a little bit of an additional support, and they have an administrative burden that's the same as the larger providers as well. And I would love to explore ways that we can support through really specific technical assistance around rising those businesses up, and it could be in partnership with other agencies to help those small businesses thrive. I think the expansion grant is a wonderful program, but if small providers can't actually access it, it's not going to do its job. So would love to continue that conversation.
Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Dr. Johnson.
In lieu of what's happening with federal funding, in the country, especially around Head Start. Have you thought about any alternatives for funding for the expansion programs?
Well, we're kind of at the mercy of the budget, to be honest, so we'd have to look to see if there are other federal, we're hoping that some of the money that we have, we're going to be able to maintain. And I know we're talking about with Head Start money already being taken. We'd have to look to see what that would look like if we were taking the existing money and spread it over, which was what we would really probably have to do, and so we can take a look at that.
I just wouldn't want us to go out there and all of a sudden the funds dry up and we cannot deliver what we're saying in this presentation.
I do think it's important to note that the blueprint calls for a significant ramp up in public pre-K, particularly for our 3-year-olds moving forward, and with our 4-year-olds, and that we have more private providers, which include Head Start.
Right.
And so in many ways, should there be instability in federal funding, there's a huge opportunity here for Head Start providers to become public pre-K providers, marry the requirements of the programming, and to sustain programming with the new source. And I think it's important to note that the governor's budget includes the full funding of pre-K, as has been outlined in the blueprint in out years. So at the very least, there should be an opportunity to stabilize if there were to be a pullback on Head Start funding, that there would be an opportunity. Look, there could be disruption on early Head Start where pre-K doesn't support, but in terms of the workforce, it should be there.
Okay. Just wanted to know if we're going to put that somewhere in writing so that's available for.
Well, what we have done is we've been really explicit, like in our pre-K policy last month, when we said private providers, including Head Start. So I think it's just important, and if our staff can maybe speak to how we're communicating in the community, but from our level, we're explicitly saying, that Head Start providers are potential private providers. But can we speak to outreach, maybe to Head Start community?
Sure. Through our Push to Pre-K initiative, which is essentially an awareness campaign to inform private providers about the pre-K grant opportunities, we've had some targeted technical assistance sessions for specific groups such as family child care, faith-based programs, Head Start programs was one of those targeted technical assistance sessions to talk about how we can blend and braid these opportunities and supplement Head Start and work together. We also presented and had this information at the Head Start Association meeting a few months ago to talk about pre-K and Head Start and how we can really make sure we are utilizing these funds and supporting as many children as we can. So we will continue with our targeted outreach for various programs, including Head Start, and making sure in our messaging in our upcoming technical assistance sessions, as such as the grant is released, that we are communicating that information as well.
Excellent. Thank you, Dr. Johnson. Other questions? Okay, with that, we appreciate your presentation.
Thank you.
Today's announcement.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Okay, with that, we are prepared to go to adjourn to executive session pursuant to Section 3305B7 of the General Provisions Article of the Annotated Code of Maryland. The State Board will adjourn to executive session to discuss 7 appeals, a litigation update, and a board leadership update. The State Board will return to the public meeting somewhere between 1:30 and 1:45. Is there a motion to adjourn to executive session? Ms. McCusker, second. Is there a second? Mr. Chesterfield, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? All right, we are adjourned to executive session. All right, we're going to go ahead and come back for our afternoon session. We have a nice agenda for the afternoon, including our public comment period, our public hearing on the math policy. To start, we are going to begin with a COMAR item that actually lives in the Department of Labor regulations. COMAR 093701, Alternative Ways to Earn a High School Diploma. At this time, I'm pleased to welcome our partners from the Maryland Department of Labor to present regulations regarding the GED. We have Ms. Prek Tucker, Director of Adult Education and Literacy Services at the Department of Labor, and Ms. Laura Ostrowski, who is the GED Director, also at the Department of Labor. Just want to note that this is an unusual item that doesn't often come before the board, but this statute requires that regulations governing the high school diploma by examination, the GED is commonly known, be jointly approved by the Secretary of Labor and the State Board of Education. The Maryland Department of Labor is the lead on these regulatory changes and manages the promulgation process. So these will only come to the board once for sign-off, unless, of course, there are substantive changes and we need to come back and review at that time. So at this time, we'll turn it over to Ms. Tucker and Ms. Ostrowski, who can share more with us. Welcome to the State Board of Education.
There we go. Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Golston, and members of the State Board of Education. My name is Prek Tucker, and I'm Director of Adult Education and Literacy Services at the Maryland Department of Labor. I bring greetings on behalf of Secretary Portia Wu, and I'm joined by Laura Ostrowski, GED Administrator, Adult High School Program Supervisor, also with the department.
Good afternoon.
We are here today to present draft regulations that govern the high school equivalency test, more commonly known as the GED exam. These regulations are jointly administered by the Maryland Department of Labor and the Maryland State Department of Education. First, I would like to thank MSDE's Division of Early Intervention and Special Education Services for their input on the draft regulations, and also the State Board staff for their assistance as we arranged to address you today. Maryland Labor leadership has already reviewed and approved the draft document you have in front of you, and we respectfully request that the board does the same. The proposed updates include critical changes that will make a high school diploma more accessible and achievable. Maryland Labor estimates that 450,133 Marylanders, adults, do not possess this credential, often preventing them from securing family-sustaining employment. And while the proposed changes are numerous, I would like to give you a preview of some of the most important modifications. First, 21st century testing methods. The proposed regulations will comport now standard and expected digital accessibility by allowing students to complete testing online. This removes barriers associated with transportation to the test center and scheduling complications for busy adults who are juggling work and family responsibilities. Second, enhanced language access. Nationally, all 4 subject exams of the GED test are available in English and Spanish. However, current practice in Maryland dictates that students must take the Reasoning Through Language Arts module in English. The new regulations propose to allow candidates to take all the tests and modules in either Spanish or English. Third, clarity on attendance records. Updates in our draft regulations now correctly align with Maryland's compulsory attendance law by clarifying that only students younger than 18 years of age must provide proof of school withdrawal ahead of testing. And lastly, corrected terminology. So throughout the proposed regulations, GED test is replaced with HSE test for high school equivalency. This is to ensure compatibility with any future procured vendor tests, as the GED is not the only high school equivalency test option available. So with the State Board's approval, Maryland Labor will move forward with submitting these regulations for further review. They will be available soon for public comment in the Maryland Register, and we invite all stakeholders to submit feedback to the department. So I thank you for your opportunity to address you today, and we are available for any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there any questions from the board on this matter? I have one. So this opens the door clearly for an assessment other than the GRE to be used. What is the land? I'm sorry? GED. What did I say? GRE. Thank you. GED. Can you tell us just a little bit more about the national landscape on other assessments that might exist out there right now?
Sure, thank you for your question. Currently, besides the GED test, there's also the HiSET, which is by PSI, which also measures high school skill attainment. It is modeled somewhat after the GED test.
Who administers that?
That is PSI.
I didn't know if there's like a governing body or
No,
it's a separate.
It's an organization that administers standardized testing.
Got it. This is just news to me. That's cool.
Thank you very much. Are there other questions? Well, just thank you for bringing us in. A couple of these changes seem like we were a little slow to join the rest of the United States on these, and so grateful to have you all as partners bringing us along. So, without any further questions, we can go ahead and move to action. Is there a motion? The Maryland Secretary of Labor is requesting the State Board grant permission to adopt amendments under COMAR 09-3701, Alternative Ways to Earn a High School Diploma. Is there a motion to that effect? Ms. McCusker, and a second. Ms. Chang, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, our next COMAR item, we have COMAR 13A120505, Administrator Licensure. This is also a permission. This is permission to publish. I'll turn it over now to Dr. Wright to introduce our staff presenters.
I believe Kelly is going to be presenting virtually. There she is.
You're on mute.
You're on mute.
Well.
May not be you.
Oh, try again.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Now we can.
Okay. All righty. Thank you. Good afternoon. Yes, as Dr. Michael stated, we are asking permission to publish amendments to COMAR 13A120505, Administrative Licensure. Just to take everyone back for a moment to when we promulgated the huge repeal and replacement of licensure regulations in 2024, we had always said that as part of the second phase of that promulgation process, we would start looking at individual specialists and administrator areas to amend, and the administrator area was the very first area that we looked at because it had been such a long time since this particular regulation has been amended. So we did initiate a statewide work group to look at this regulation, the current regulation, and just really quickly to let you know who was involved with that work, we had the Maryland Association of Elementary School Principals and Secondary School Principals join us, the Maryland Association of Colleges of Teacher Education, MSEA, BTU, the Maryland Association of School Personnel Administrators, the Maryland Association of Teacher Education, PASAM, Hood College joined us, Harford County Public Schools, the State Board of Education, Dr. Johnson joined us, the Professional Standards and Teacher Education Board, and finally staff from the Accountability and Implementation Board took part in this work. So what I will do now is I will take you through the regulation. The regulation is a complete repeal and replacement. So rather than seeing the italics and the brackets, you see a brand new regulation in front of you. So I will call out exactly what has carried over and what has been modified. So looking at the regulation, the first section, Section A, application of regulation, this is a carryover from the current regulation. And what it states is that this particular licensure is required if you are going to be, you have to obtain licensure as an administrator. This is the regulation that applies to you. It also calls out that if a principal specifically, not an AP or a supervisor of instruction, but a principal, if they transfer to become a principal in a special education facility, that principal does need to become eligible for an additional license. So this is not a change from the current regulation. Again, this is a carryover. As we move down into the licensure requirements for administrator, here's where we see our first change. And this is probably the most significant change that the work group recommended, which was to eliminate the two-tiered administrator structure. So in current regulation, you've got what's called Administrator 1 licensure that allows you to be a supervisor of instruction or an assistant principal. And then you can move to the Administrator 2 license, and that allows you to serve as a principal. So the work group did recommend that we dismantle that structure. There are no other states surrounding us that we looked at that utilize this type of structure. So the regulation you have in front of you, if you earn administrator licensure, it allows you to be assigned as a supervisor of instruction, an assistant principal, or a principal. So that's the first big change, and that's B1. B2, all of these are carryovers from the current regulation. These are the minimum qualifications that you need in order to earn this license. They include having at least a master's degree, having 27 months of effective teaching performance or performance as a specialist, and having that 3 semester hours of state-approved CPD or college coursework in special education. So again, bringing them over from the current regulation. And then once you've met the minimum qualifications, there are 5 pathways to licensure. The first one is a Maryland approved program that leads to administrator licensure. And of course, that is unchanged, and that comes over from the current regulation. Second, again, unchanged, you go through an approved out-of-state program that leads to licensure as an administrator in the state where that program is located, and it must include a clinical practicum. The third way, which is 3C, has been modified. So the amount of credits that are required in what we'll call the transcript analysis pathway to licensure remains 18 semester hours of graduate coursework. However, you're going to see that the coursework itself has been modified. So as we look at each of those course requirements, we start with curriculum instruction and assessment. This is unchanged. Next, we have supervision, evaluation, and supporting instructional improvement. This has been modified slightly. The current regulations state development, observation, and evaluation of staff. So the work group made the recommendation that that be modified slightly to supervision, evaluation, and supporting instructional improvement. 3, legal issues and ethical decision-making is exactly as it reads in the current regulation. 4, program school administration is slightly modified from school leadership and management administration. And then 4 is a new area that is not found in the current regulation, and that is culturally responsive leadership and or equity in leadership. And then that supervised clinical practicum remains, but the work group did want to add a minimum number of clock hours for that experience, which is 240, and that is what is required of our Maryland administration programs that lead to licensure. And then finally, there is an experienced professional route to licensure. This has been modified in the current regulation. Only the Tier 2 principal license has this option. This expands it. So anyone that has experience in another state and holds a valid administrative license in that state and can verify 5 years of effective performance as either a vice principal, a supervisor of instruction, or a principal in a PK through 12 school setting, that is another way in to earn this credential. And then the last change, which again is a significant change, in the current regulation, the sole way to move from the Tier 1 to the Tier 2 license is by taking an exam. And this board has chosen the school leader's licensure assessment for that purpose. What this regulation does is it only requires that assessment for individuals who are coming in having been prepared in an out-of-state administrator program or completing the transcript analysis pathway to licensure. So what that means for our Maryland approved program candidates is they do not need to take the assessment, and those individuals who have already demonstrated 5 years of effective performance as an administrator do not have to take that assessment. So with that said, I will be happy to take questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Meadows. At this time, I'll turn to Chair McCusker from any discussion or recommendations from the Education Policy Committee.
The Education Policy Committee reviewed the regulation at our last meeting and unanimously recommend permission to publish.
Excellent, thank you. Board members, are there any additional questions or comments regarding this regulation? Okay. With that, the state superintendent is requesting that the board grant permission to publish amendments to regulation under COMAR 13A 120505 Administrator Licensure. Is there a motion to do so? Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Mr. Chesterfield, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye, raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? The motion carries. Excellent. All right. Thank you, Ms. Meadows. All right. At this time, we are moving to review of ESSER spending and federal grants. Before I turn it over to Dr. Wright, I'll turn to Chair Crawford of our Education for Transformation and Finance Committee, if you had any comments before we turn it over to staff.
No, we had a very good presentation. One of the things that we suggested in the future, this is a continually evolving process, and that is to begin to look at where we can outcomes, performance with respect to spending. So it's not just spending grants, but what did we actually accomplish? So over the coming season, you'll begin to see more and more information about that.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Crawford. With that, we'll turn it over to Dr. Wright to introduce our presenters.
Yes. Presenting today is Christian Trelaw, who is the Deputy State Superintendent for Finance and Operations, and Ms. Donna Gunning, who is the Assistant Superintendent for Finance. And they will be bringing you an update and then be open to your questions.
Thank you, Dr. Wright. Mr. Michael, Chair Michael, Dr. Golson, and committee members. This presentation, as Mr. Crawford mentioned, was done in the Education and Transformation Committee meeting a couple of weeks ago, and today we are doing the same presentation for the board. This is a follow-up for the presentation that was done in October, with an update on the end of year additional information that we have gathered since then on the ESSER funds, as well as an update on the federal grants that was provided back in October. So Donna is going to take us through the presentation.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Okay. So this presentation is going to start at a high level and then drill down. We're going to talk about federal COVID relief funds and then an update on federal titled programs. In total, $3.464 billion was received through either USDE, DE, or the governor's office through state and local fiscal relief funds. There was $3 billion in education funds alone. The allowable uses were to address and prevent the impacts of COVID. Any allowable uses under the federal titled programs, IDEA and Perkins. Okay, so I'll make sure we're in the same place. Okay, yep. So our first drill down, we're going to look at COVID relief funds and the amount that was spent on technology, trauma and behavioral health, summer school, and tutoring. This is statewide across all LEAs. Next, we're going to look at LEA expenditures by what we call bucket and balance. So the CARES expenditures, which was the first bucket of funding, is in red. The yellow is the SRSA, which was the second bucket. ARP was the third. And then the last darker color is their balance available. And as you can see, there's 1, 2, that you can see the balances. There's others that we're almost finished. Okay. One of the things that the U.S. Ed offered for ARP and SRSA funding was a late liquidation, meaning that you didn't have an extended amount of time to use the funds. You only had an extended amount of time to pay those invoices. An example of that is in Maryland Leads, in the Grow Your Own, a lot of school systems were paying tuition and fees for folks to work towards getting their credentials, and they paid up front in the fall of 24, and then those teachers can go all the way around through the spring of 25 with this late liquidation. If we didn't have that, they would have had to end at the fall semester. Okay, in late liquidations, I just want to point this out that it looks like, oh wait, we got to go back one. Okay, so these are the LEAs and some of the partners that requested late liquidation and the amount they requested. Prince George's and Baltimore City look extenuatingly long because their total is higher. They received more. It's in total they're higher, so it looks disproportionately larger, and it's not from a percentage standpoint. They're actually the balance in Baltimore City is actually 0.32%, and the balance in Prince George's is 1.8%. And in fact, Talbot actually had the highest amount, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 6 up from the bottom. They actually had the highest amount. They have 17.8% available, but their award was so much smaller, so it doesn't show up that way on this chart. Okay? All right. I just want to say one more thing about late liquidations. They are largely associated with Maryland Leads, and more specifically with the Grow Your Own and staff support and retention strategies that I just talked about. And then we're going to talk a little bit more about Maryland Leads as we move through the presentation. Go. Okay, now we're going to drill down into how the LEAs use these funds. And I know you've probably heard us talk about a category or an object, and so I just want to go back and make sure we're all have the level playing field and everybody understands what these are. A category is used to classify expenditures. I like to refer to this as who. So you have student personnel or transportation or food services. Who is spending the money? Okay? And so what this shows is COVID expenditures statewide, but this is only LEA data statewide, COVID expenditures by these categories. These are also the categories in statute that the LEAs have to report their budgets for. Okay. Oh, can we go back one? There's actually 13 categories, student personnel and student health services, and then operation of plant and maintenance of plant are actually separate categories, but for these purposes, I combined them. Okay. Yep. So the LEAs categorize their expenditures by category, who is buying them, and then under object, it's a deeper level of classifying expenditures by deciding what they're buying. So categories who, object is what. And you can see this is again statewide, all LEA data, that the largest is spent on salaries and wages, property, other fixed charges. Okay, so one thing I want to talk about, the salary line. It looks big, the number's big, But what we need to remember is that in that category are all the stipends that LEAs paid to teachers for teaching during COVID, any retention bonuses or hiring bonuses, any stipends for any extended learning programs, either summer or after school. Those are all included in that category or object, sorry. Okay, the next highest is other instructional costs. These included curricular materials, including learning management systems. When the COVID started, not all of our LEAs had a learning management system. So a lot of them had to purchase that, and also intervention programs. And one of the things that came about as a result of all this that I feel bad that it didn't jump out at me. But for students who are taking CTE courses, depending on the course they're taking, they're going to need materials and manipulatives and other things at home in order to take full advantage of that course. So some LEAs purchased materials for CTE programs for students to use. And then lastly, in other instructional costs are staff and student devices and all of the peripherals like headphones, cases, keyboards. They are all included in that category. That looks funky. Okay, yep, keep going. One more. Okay, so now we're going to talk about Maryland Leads. Wait, hold on. All right. Okay, so Maryland Leads used the state set-aside funds from SRSA, which was the second bucket, and ARP, which was the third bucket, to implement a $173.9 million program. The program included 7 strategy areas that LEAs could choose to implement. The strategy areas also came with partners to assist the LEAs in implementing the strategy components. The Maryland Leads grants, as well as the partner grants, were competitive. The balances available here, which is in the yellow, are approved through late liquidation. So you'll see the funds that are continuing to be used for tuition and fees, for students to complete the second semester of the 24-25 school year. They will also be used to continue and operate staff health centers in many of our rural areas. For a teacher to leave school and have access to health care, it's quite a drive. So several school systems implemented a staff health center so that it was more readily available to their staff. And then lastly, the Science of Reading program is continuing for both professional development and continued receipt of instructional materials that were purchased. And that's it for ARP. Okay, now we're going to talk about federal funds. So last fall, I shared that the department was engaged in a massive cleanup operation. At this time, the grants from 2019 to 2025 have been cleaned, and the current reporting ties to the federal reporting systems, and the revenue is allocated appropriately across all federal grants. So I am also pleased to report that 84.3% of the federal funds available in fiscal 24 have been spent as of February 1st, 2025. And 84.3% of the funds spent, 91% of that have been reimbursed, meaning that the LEAs send their expenditures to us, we reimburse them, then we get the money from the Fed. So we have reimbursed 91% of the claimed expenditures. And we are shifting our focus now to ensure that grants from 2014 through 2018 are cleaned up. And this concludes my presentation.
Thank you very much,
You're
Ms.
welcome.
Gunning. We appreciate your presentation. Before we open it up, Chair Crawford, any additional comments you'd like to add?
One, this is, as I mentioned, this is part of evolution of the board getting more involved on policy and important policy-related matters in finance. So what you'll see over the coming months is, again, an evolution. This is data, information that I think is probably the first time we've seen this level of information available to the board. And I think that's good, and I think it's an appropriate thing to do because we are looking, especially in an environment where there's concerns about shortfalls and things of that nature, that the board be seen actively involved in ensuring that we're getting the best value for the dollars being spent. So again, I want to thank the department. They've done a really nice job, and that cleanup is a monster. I've had to do that. So to have pulled that off,
I owe people dinner.
a lot of kudos for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Crawford. Are there any other questions or comments from the board? Just want to commend both of you and Dr. Wright for your leadership. You know, this board has often heard concerns about federal grants. We have not heard those recently. Doesn't mean they're not out there, but just want to be very clear that we appreciate the tireless dedication that you put forth to make sure that this money is stewarded responsibly and in a manner that aligns to our strategic goals here in the state. So thank you very much, both of you.
Welcome. Okay.
All right.
Thank
With
you.
that,
I just want to say thank you for recognizing the hard work, because these two folks that were just at the table have just been at it constantly, and particularly during legislative session, et cetera. So a real kudos to both of them. They're amazing people that do an amazing job each and every day. So thank you for the recognition.
yes. All right, we're now moving to another update item. This one is on the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. I'll turn to Dr. Wright, who will introduce our staff presenters for today.
Yes, coming to the table to talk about Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program is Dr. Antoine Hickman, who's the Assistant Superintendent for Early Intervention and Special Education Services, Dr. Brian Morrison, who is the Branch Chief for Policy and Accountability, and Marnie Helfrich, who is the Section Chief for Early Childhood. They're going to bring you an update on our program.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Ready?
Yes.
Okay. First of all, we just want to thank you for the opportunity to share some information about the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. Earlier today, or this morning, you gave consent on an agenda to approve COMAR regulations that clarified the requirement for child care providers to provide information and other support to families on the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. We appreciate that change. We just want to take a few minutes just to kind of explain, do a little background, but not take you all the way back to 1900s. I want to take you back to 1975. In early intervention is a critical component of both our birth through 21 systems of special education in Maryland. The system here in Maryland has evolved over time. As mentioned, in 1975, Congress passed the IDA, the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, which provided put in place a free, appropriate public education for students with disabilities. Again, free, and it was for ages 6 to 21. And for the first time, children with severe disabilities and complex needs who had not had the opportunity to go to school were given a chance. They were given access. They were provided with specially designed instruction, and again, it was at no charge. Over time, providers and parents felt the need to address the needs earlier, because students were coming to school and they said, oh, by the time they get to school, it's a little too late. And so then in 1986, they found an urgent need to, urgent and substantial need to enhance the development of the Infants and Toddlers Program. They made a change to IDA, authorizing the opportunity for students. That's created the Part C part of IDA, and they began just to develop supports and services for our youngest children. The goal of early intervention for our children is for our children and for our families. It's really to enable our young children to be successful, to be active, to be participants in the early childhood years and in future settings. For families, is to enable the families to provide care for their child and have the resources they need to participate in their own desired family and community activities. Parents are the primary teachers. The program is designed to build family capacity, and children learn and develop in context to the intervention. They learn where they are. They learn in their home. The services are pushed in. They receive that in their natural environment, and they work with families so that they're able to be supported. the real big picture and some good news that we found that in 2017, there was a study here in Maryland that looked at the Maryland Infants and Toddlers program. And what it found is for many children, starting early with supports and intervention makes all the difference. Based on that study, they looked at children who had received services from the Maryland Infants and Toddlers programs when they were ages birth through 3, and found that 68% of those children who were involved in that program did not need special education services in the elementary years. Now, we're going to replicate that study to see what's changed since then and add a few other factors and be able to provide some updates on that pretty soon. So early intervention in Maryland as it required, well, federal law requires that each state designate a lead agency with the primary responsibility for the administration to have oversight. In Maryland, the State Department of Education plays this role. We administer the program through 24 local programs, one in each jurisdiction. There's a local lead agency in each county. In 20 of 24, it's the LEA. The others are led by the local health department. Collaboration between the LEA, the health department, and the Department of Social Services is required, but this collaboration looks different in each local. A combination of federal, IDA, state, and local funds are used to fund early intervention. Most staff who provide direct services work for the LEAs. In Maryland, early intervention services are provided at no cost to families. That's no charge, and they're never charged for that. Because we believe in the importance of early intervention, services must be delivered promptly. I pause for a minute to say, Chair Michael, I am hot too. I'm sorry you take your coat off. I wish I could take my coat off. Oh my God. I'll push through. I'll push through. But we do believe the importance of early intervention must be delivered promptly. Within 45 days of a referral, a plan must be developed for an eligible child. Services must start within 30 days of parents giving consent, and services are based on what is needed to achieve the outcomes determined by the team and based on the family's concerns and goals. So who receives early intervention? So again, children from birth through age 3 who demonstrate a developmental delay of at least 25% relative to chronological age in at least one of these developmental areas. Cognition, language, communication, motor, social, emotional, or adaptive, or they demonstrate atypical development that interferes with their current development and is likely to result in a delay in the future, or have a diagnosed physical or mental condition that has a high probability of leading to developmental delay. They may be eligible because they're showing a delay relative to age expectations in one or more of the areas. Some states require impact in 2 or more areas, but in Maryland, we want to address delays in a single area before the impact develops into something else. So we look at one area. Additionally, children are eligible for services if they display atypical development. We just don't want to wait for a delay to impact others, so we act as soon as possible. Maryland's extended option. Under federal law, early intervention ends at 3, and children transition to receiving services on an IEP provided through the school system. Well, since 2010, Maryland has accepted the option offered under the federal law to allow eligible families to continue to receive services through early intervention until the child is eligible to start pre-K. Families who choose the extended option continue to receive the family-centered services that are embedded into their programs and their children's routines. It's usually delivered at home or in the community. The parents continue to receive coaching and strategies and interventions to help support the development of their family, the development of their children. The child can then transition into the pre-K program at the same time they would if they had, at the same time they would if they didn't have a disability, which is more comfortable for our families. About 50% of families who have the option have elected the extended IFSP, the Extended Individualized Family Services Plan, and the rate varies, as you would expect, across the state of how many families do that. Just a little about enrollment. Our current enrollment is approximately 18,000, and that is up from pre-pandemic times. We saw a significant dip during pandemic times, but now we are outpacing that. The number of children birth to 3 served in early intervention dropped, as I said, significantly during that time. But in FFY22, the last year for comparative data, Maryland served 4.6 of the birth to 3 population in early intervention in the country, which made us about 18th among some states. Just briefly, I won't go through each one, but in total, 22,000 children received services from the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program 2024. This is just a breakdown by age range and by eligibility category. Next is the, something's happened to my slide. There should be 2 things showing up there. Do you have 2? Okay.
Maybe a little animation.
Okay, maybe it's gonna pop in, let me see. Nope. All right, back. But you do see that the children served here, that served by race and gender. You see Asian and Hispanic Latino children are slightly underrepresented as a percentage of early intervention population when compared to their percentage in the school-age population. Children of color also tend to be slightly older when they are referred to the program. Equitable outreach continues to be a priority, which is why it was important to add that part to COMAR so that more people can know about and information is shared broadly. Boys still outnumber girls receiving special education services in every age band and most disability categories, and this is true of early intervention as well. So when it comes to referrals to early intervention, it begins with the referral. Anyone who has concerns about a child's development can make a referral. Upon receiving the referral, the program contacts the family to provide information that they need and obtain consent for an evaluation. MSDE and local infants and toddlers programs conduct public awareness activities to help build relationships, to create awareness. And each local program is required to have a public awareness program and to regularly analyze their own data to refine their plans. Most referrals do come from family members, often at the recommendation of their pediatrician or child care provider. The program is completely voluntary, so in order for children to receive the services they need, it's vital that the parents receive information in advance, that they're educated, that they're informed, and they're encouraged to make a referral and to participate. Direct referrals from medical and child care providers are associated with a higher rate of positive response in the literature. So now as we take a deeper dive into Maryland, our resident expert, it's the right slide, Ms. Hill?
It's not, but that's all right.
Something happened. Okay, we'll go there. To this one?
Looks like we're missing one, but I'll just
Okay.
briefly summarize.
Okay.
Apologies for that. So the structure of the early intervention system and the principles that guide our practice are grounded, like Dr. Hickman said, in our understanding of how very young children grow and learn and thrive. And that is through active engagement with their environment, with the support and facilitation of the people that they love and trust, their parents and other primary caregivers like child care providers. And we understand that parents are their children's first and best teachers, and so the goal of the program is to equip parents and other key adults in children's lives to support their development, which lays that foundation for them to continue to support the child's development over the years. And we accomplish this in Part C services through, as Dr. Hickman said, the Individualized Family Service Plan, which is somewhat similar to the IEP that you're familiar with for school-age children, but also has critical differences. And once eligibility for services is established, the IFSP process begins with a thorough, authentic assessment with the parents as the primary source of information about how the child is really functioning within the context of the family's routines. What does the family do day to day, and what is working well for them? Where is the child struggling as a result of their disability or developmental delay? What do they want to be able to do, like eat meals together, attend religious services, have their child play with their siblings that they aren't able to do currently? And so through that process, the team identifies functional outcomes that describe what the child will be able to do as a result of the intervention. Sit at the table during the meal and let her parents know what she does or doesn't want. Sit and read a book for a few minutes. Play on the playground without falling. Whatever is really most critical to the family for their functioning and the child's functioning.
One of the unique things about IFSP compared to other kinds of service plans is that outcomes for the family can also be included. You know, the parents will learn sign language in order to better communicate with their child. The parents will identify resources for that health care that the child needs, things like that. And then the plan goes on to describe the services and supports that are needed for the child and family to accomplish these outcomes. And early intervention is a transdisciplinary approach to service delivery, so the expertise of an entire team of professionals, educators, speech language pathologists, OTs, PTs, and others is available to help families achieve the goals that they've determined. Someone from the team is designated as what we call the service coordinator, who is responsible for making sure that all the services are fitting together, identifying any missing pieces, and connecting the family with other community resources. And in Maryland, we've identified 3 key practices that have been called out in the literature over the years as having a strong evidence of having a powerful impact on children and families to implement those principles that we've been talking about. So these practices guide the way that we provide the early intervention services. And these are the routines-based interview, the pyramid model, and the principle of reflective coaching in the natural environment. And so as a state program, we provide support and resources to our local infants and toddlers program to help them implement these practices with fidelity. The routines-based interview is a structured process for eliciting and documenting information from families about the child's functioning and the family's priorities. And it really lays the foundation for the IFSP and for that relationship between the family and the provider that is then translated into a coaching partnership, so that early intervention services is not so much about the provider doing therapy on the child as you might think about in a traditional medical context. It's about the provider serving as a resource to help the parents and other caregivers understand how they can support and facilitate their child's development throughout the day. So instead of 30 minutes twice a week of the therapist doing activities with the child, every time the family is eating or playing or going to the grocery store, the parent has the skills and resources that they need to do those things that will facilitate the child moving to that next developmental step. Sometimes these are small things, like coaching parents to just wait for a second for a child to say something or ask for something before you just give it to them. And sometimes these are big things, like helping parents with medically complex children figure out, how do I even hold her and position her so that I can read a book to her and also support her physically because she's not yet able to sit. Whatever it is that the child and the family need, the providers help the parents learn to facilitate that development. And then we add to this the lens of the pyramid model, which used to be referred to as CEFL, some people may be familiar, which is an approach to supporting children's social and emotional development through routines activities, as well as a tiered model of more intensive supports for children who really do have those challenging behaviors or those difficulties forming relationships, because we know from research and experience that those social emotional skills, that ability to engage and interact with adults and with other children, and self-regulation and emotional self-awareness are really key to children being able to engage in a variety of settings so that they can learn. So the pyramid model infuses proactive support for those skills throughout routines and activities, as well as I said, as providing those more intensive interventions for children who need that. We know that early intervention is working for children when we see that change in the trajectory of their development. Are they exiting the program closer to functioning in age-expected ways than they were when they entered? Now, are all of your children going to close the gap? No, because some children who come into early intervention have really significant developmental challenges, medical needs, physical and cognitive disabilities that are going to continue to impact them over time. But we find that about 2/3 of the children who are served through the program do increase that trajectory of their development in those 3 really key functional areas that we look at: their ability to form relationships, their ability to acquire and use knowledge and skills, and their ability to get their needs met in appropriate ways. And we also look at the impact of the program on families. Do families feel that the program has helped them enhance their child's development? And do they feel the program has helped them understand their child's needs, communicate about those needs, advocate for what the child needs? And that's important for all of our families, and especially for those families whose kids do have more complex needs and who are going to continue to be engaged with the educational system and with special education for a long time over the course of the child's life. And as you can see from the slide, a very high rate of our families who respond to our family survey indicate that the program does support their families in that way. So, as Dr. Hickman said, the key premise of early intervention is that we need to begin as soon as possible. And in order to do that, we have to reach our children and families. So every program has to have a plan for how they're going to provide information at the state level and the local level. We're always working on partnerships with the medical community, with Head Start, with other sources to get that information out to parents and to the people who interact with and support parents. And that's what the regulation that you all approved earlier is all about as well. So as we said, under this regulation, child care providers will be required to share information about the program each year with all their families and document that they've done so. It leaves it up to them to decide, is it a text message, is it handing them a flyer and getting them to sign off, like what makes the most sense for their families and their communities. We just want to highlight that we try to making a referral to the program as easy as possible. We have a statewide online referral system, so if you go to the website, anybody who has a concern about a child's development can enter the information and it's automatically sent to the appropriate local program based on where the family lives. There's also always the option to refer over the phone because some people do refer that. And because medical offices especially still love fax machines, even in 2025, we can accept referrals that way as well. So again, thank you so much for this opportunity to share some information about Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program and the critical role that early intervention plays for our youngest children and their families.
Thank you. Again, just to reiterate, we all recognize how important early intervention is, and especially for our students with disabilities. Of course, it's important for all, but our focus is on those children who, we have to be a voice for them, a voice for the voiceless. We have to make sure that they receive the services that they're entitled to as early as possible. So again, thank you for allowing us, and I also want to thank my colleagues in early childhood for hanging in there with us today, just in case there are questions. So we appreciate that.
Excellent.
Pass it back to you.
Thank you very much for this very thorough presentation. I don't know, Mr. Crawford, I look to you, but this might be the first time in a while we've heard about the Infant and Toddlers Program at the State Board. So
absolutely. Absolutely.
So
well, thank you. We appreciate the opportunity.
Yes. Excellent. Really appreciate this. I'll open it up to questions. I have one from Dr. Lewis.
Not as much as a question, but a comment, because I think it needs to be restated over and over again. So first of all, thank you. I'm shocked that this is the first presentation because it's so critically important to children and the families that we serve. Number two, it is free. How much does it cost? It's free. So please, if you think your child has an issue, some sort of delay, you're concerned, of course you can talk to your pediatrician. You can reach out to your lead agency in your school system. You can reach out to MSDE. You can go through online, happy to hear that. But please, notice the data. 68% of the students that get the intervention that they need early. And most often that's happening in natural environments. You don't have to come to a certain place. They come to you to make sure you as parents have the tools you need to help your students succeed. So thank you, critically important. And how much does it cost? It's free.
Excellent.
Chair,
Thank you, Dr. Lewis.
Chair Michael.
Yes.
I would like
Dr.
Brian Morrison to provide some response. He's not gonna like the way I say it. He's been around for a while, specifically with the Maryland Infants and Toddlers Program. So
yes.
You want to follow up, sir?
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Dr. Lewis, thank you. It is free. We are one of 5 birth mandate states in the country, meaning we were providing early intervention services to families free since before IDEA. So those 5 states that were doing that are not allowed to charge family fees. So while other states can charge family fees, they can bill private insurance. Maryland is one of those 5 states that is not allowed to. So we don't even bill private insurance. We will bill medical assistance if families have it with their permission, but it is at no cost to families. So there's no reason why families should not take us up on the offer to provide developmental services.
Excellent. Thank you. Next up, we have Mr. Greer.
I'll echo all the things said already. This is wonderful. Thank you. I'm glad that we got to hear this. And I've heard of the infants and toddlers program before, but this is just a good deep dive to have better understanding. So thank you for the really important work. Holistically, I am always thinking about, or I would love to find a way to have more connection between the medical provider community, the health department, and the local, especially once we get into schools. I wonder if there's any lessons that we can learn from you all in terms of how you can share that data without the firewall being broken, or without sharing data in a way that doesn't allow, or it's not allowed. That's against the law. So no need for a full response here. I just think there's something very interesting here, and if it can be done, if we can identify even in later years by learning from some of the lessons that you all have done through partnerships in the early years, I think it can also benefit students in elementary, middle, and further.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Dr. Johnson.
I don't have a question. I just want to thank you on behalf of principals and teachers for the intervention that you provide. Because when we get those kids who have gone through that program into pre-K and K, they're really on grade level. They're really at developmental levels, rather, and we can continue. And we do reduce the number of children who need special education services. So thanks a lot for your great, great work.
Ms. McCusker.
Thank you. It's really important work. I have a question about the brochure and the referral process. Is any of that available in other languages for families who speak a different language in the home?
Yes, the brochure is posted on our website, and we have hard copies in English and Spanish, and the online referral site also can be, you can select a button and it translates into Spanish. We're working on making that more visible, because not apparently as obvious as we thought it was that you can do that. And then the local programs, obviously when a family reaches out, are then able to use language learning or other methods to respond to the family in their language.
Fantastic. Thank you.
Sure.
Excellent. Ms. Chang.
Thank you for the presentation. I do have one quick question about the slide number 8 and 11. Between the two slides in SFY 23, it's 17,860. But on the 18, on the slide 11, it is like 19,449. So for the gap means we have more referrals, but yet we serve whoever qualified. But I'm kind of curious, what if the applicants not qualify for the program?
Mm-hmm.
What do we do?
So there's a variety of reasons that referrals may not lead to enrollments. A certain percentage of families don't respond when, so the referral is made perhaps by the pediatrician or the Department of Social Services, and when the infant toddler program reaches out, the family doesn't respond or declines to participate in services, which, as Dr. Hickman said, it's a voluntary program. So there is a certain amount of that. And then there are some children who are evaluated because someone had a concern about their development, but they turn out not to be eligible. Right, they actually, someone said, oh, sometimes it's someone who doesn't maybe have a full grasp of what typical development looks like. So, maybe they're concerned because the child isn't walking, but it's not really the age at which they would be expected to be walking or something like that. So that's where the gap is. And that is one of the things that we're looking at and working with our programs to look at, because there is some variability across the state in terms of the percentage of referred children who end up enrolling, to really enhance that communication piece so that we don't lose kids who would be eligible for and would benefit from the program after the referral process. So to me, that's the other side of the public awareness piece. It's getting people to make referrals in the first place, but it's also getting parents to respond. And some of that comes from the providers, whether it's a doctor or a child care provider, explaining the program to the parents. And some of it is about us getting more information just into the community as a whole so that parents are familiar. And when the infant toddler program calls, they respond. Some of it is thinking about ways we communicate too, and that's something that a number of our local programs are really experimenting with. It's very hard to get people in their 20s and 30s who are the parents of infants and toddlers today to pick up the phone, especially if they don't recognize the number that's calling. So really, we're actually exploring how some programs are already using text messaging. We're looking at whether building some kind of SMS messaging system into our systems would be a good next step, because really people are not going to pick up the phone in a lot of cases. I know one of our local leaders was telling us that they've developed a system where they send a text, when they get the referral and say, this is the Worcester County Infants and Toddlers Program, we're going to be reaching out to you. I'm going to call at this time. Is that a good time? And she's found that really does increase the rate of parents actually picking up the phone so that they can move to the next step.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Yeah, the other aspect, tag along with that, Ms. McCusker, her point is that different languages, but in addition to that, some culture is more kind of keep it within themselves.
Right.
So it's really hard to reach out. But I found out since my working setting is in a hospital settings, so it would be good to, start from there. That would be a different place to start the education. Where the child was born, it will be identified as the candidates for this wonderful program.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and then before the hospital discharge those kids or infants, they can be, right along the way into the program.
Yes, and we're fortunate to have a really strong partnership with the, especially the University of Maryland Neonatal Intensive Care Unit. One of the leaders of that program is the leader on our state advisory board, and so she really helps us reflect on how we can better connect with the medical community. And there's a lot of outreach going on to make sure that hospitals and doctors know about the program and that they share that information with parents.
Yeah, I think there's a few things to note about that. We have a physician's guide. As I'm a former director, that's why I'm up here. In case you didn't know, so, like, why is he there? Yeah, I'm a former infants and toddlers program director prior to Marnie, but I've given talks to rounds, to hospital rounds. I've given talks to the American Academy of Pediatrics to help them understand the program. We created the physician's guide when I was director, which is posted on our website. And one of the other things somebody brought up about translations is we do have a birth to kindergarten family guide, and all of those documents are translated in our 22 languages. So families can access information about the Maryland Infants and Toddlers program in the 22 languages that make up the top, or that at least account for 1% of the languages spoken in Maryland. So in other words, if there's a language spoken by at least 1% of the population, we translate it into that language.
That's wonderful. Thank you for sharing that.
Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Chesterfield.
I know you said the program is totally free, but are there any income requirements?
No.
Okay.
Great. One question. We rely on, in most cases, local school boards, or LEA partners, but in some, we have other interagency partnerships. If a family finds that they're having problems with responsiveness or infant and toddler partner showing up, what do you recommend to that family? Where should they come if they have concerns about that?
Yeah. So just as we do for concerns about special education implementation for children 3 to 21, we handle this. There's the state family support and dispute resolution, so state complaint process that covers early intervention as well, that is managed through the department because we're the lead agency. So it's a similar process to any parent of a child with a disability.
Thank you.
And every local infants and toddlers program has a family support services center that can assist them with their questions, with their concerns about their local program, and then when those fail, that's when a lot of families contact the state.
Excellent. All right. Well, thank you all very much for joining us today and for this wonderful presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. All right, we're now going to move to 2025 legislative session update. We'll have Dr. Wright, Mr. Reese, Dr. Aline, and Ms. Hauk, who are going to be joining us. In a moment, we'll work through these, but I want to review process, team, while we are preparing for this. So we have, in a moment, I'm just going to turn to Ms. McCusker, who can provide a brief outline of our legislative committee, some of the work we've been doing. We've got several members of the board that participate in that. Then we'll turn it to staff. I'm going to ask staff to review. We have 8 bills that we're going to be looking at specifically today. We're going to go over each of those. We're going to take questions at the end of each summary. So these are questions, not comments, but clarifying questions. Then at the end, we're going to move to do a batch approval. So we'll take any comments. Sorry, before that, we'll take any comments. We'll move for batch approval of all 8. If you would like to pull any of those 8 to discuss or vote on separately, we can pull those at that time. All right, any questions or comments on process? All right, Ms. McCusker, can you give us just a brief update and remind us and the public our protocol around the legislative committee?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Michael. The legislative work group meets during the legislative session every week, every Monday afternoon. We have gone over probably a couple hundred bills at this point. When we meet, there are members of MSDE's team that meet prior to our meeting to discuss the impact on the department of the different bills. We discuss them in legislative work group. Sometimes we may take no position. It may be something that we think isn't going to be very related to the department or have much of an impact. Frequently, we are under a time restraint. The testimony has to be received by a certain date. We're frequently on a overnight or within a couple of days timeline. If we have a bill that the state board needs to vote on a specific position, you will frequently get an email from us giving you the opportunity to weigh in before we weigh in a particular hearing because of the timing of our meetings being once a month. And then if we do have bills that are coming up and we can bring them before the full board, you have like what you have in front of you today. So that's, I guess, kind of a synopsis of what we do, and I'll turn it over to the team.
Great. All right. We can pass it. Dr. Wright, any comments, or we can just pass it to Mr. Reese?
Just going to pass it to the Chief of Staff to start, Alex Reese, and then turn it over to Dr. Aline and Maddie.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, and members of the board. Our government affairs team and I are glad to be here with you today to provide the legislative update. We have been busy tracking any and all legislation related to our schools and to the department. And as Chair McCusker explained, Dr. Wright and a group of 14 MSDE leaders meet every Monday. We call it our legislative lunch. Sometimes it's a legislative breakfast, but we meet every Monday to review proposed legislation. And before that meeting, members of our program team that are most relevant for each individual bill provide a recommendation. And then Dr. Wright leads us in that discussion. And then as Chair McCusker says, we bring that recommendation to the board's Ed Policy Legislative Subcommittee. So to ensure that you have the most recent updates, the handout that's come around to you reflects bills that were discussed as recently as last night's meeting. So I'll give a high-level overview, and then I'm going to pass it to the team. So on the first page, you see a summary of bill hearings and bill movement. So you can see here that 14 bills have already been cross-filed, which means that they're moving through both chambers of our General Assembly. 10 more have favorable reports and are moving along. And I just want to pause, and I didn't want to forget to note that we want to thank our partners in the General Assembly. More and more legislators have been truly collaborating with us to shape their bills. In many cases, this has looked like true co-creation of the legislative proposals and really robust discussion. So we thank them for engaging us more deeply outside of just the routine process of do you support or oppose our bill, and we appreciate that opportunity. So we are tracking, as Chair McCusker mentioned, over 300 bills. Dr. Wright directed us not to discuss 300 bills today. So there are actually 9. There was one addition, so it's 9 bills that are our focus for today. These are bills, just so you know, these are not the bills that any individual felt were most important, but rather bills that have a future hearing date and for which we have not already been required to submit testimony. So these are the bills where we are seeking the board to vote and take a position. And Chair McCusker's subcommittee recommends to the board supporting 3 of the bills we'll discuss today, supporting 3 of them with amendments, and opposing 3 of the bills. So at this time, I will turn it over to Dr. Aline and Maddie to give a summary of what these 9 bills propose, and then we will turn it, as Dr. Michael said, back over for discussion.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Reese. Good afternoon, Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, members of the board. We're excited to do our legislative presentation today. So we're going to start off with House Bill 1006. This is the Immigration Enforcement Bill. Essentially what this bill does is it requires the Attorney General to develop some guidelines around or relating to immigrant enforcement, right? Particularly as it relates to certain sensitive locations. So for the sake of its relationship to MSTE, that would include schools and child care centers. The bill also requires that all state agencies who fall in this category as a sensitive location would operate and adopt certain policies to make sure that they're addressing the issues and concerns with immigrant enforcement, So we're excited about this bill. It's being championed by a group of delegates in the House. And we actually have Dr. Wright, who's going to be testifying on Wednesday in the Judiciary Committee at 1 o'clock. And she's going to be there in person to testify on behalf of this bill. Great bill. It's a nice supplement to some of the guidance and information that Dr. Wright has already shared with the LEAs concerning what are their rights, what are the things that they can do to support students who are concerned or who may need some additional information around what's happening concerning immigration here in the United States. All right. So we are going to be, like I said, supporting this bill outright, and we're going to be providing written testimony for this bill.
Okay, so that's the recommendation. Are there any questions on this? All right. We can go to the next bill.
All right. The next bill we have on the list would be Senate Bill 845. This is the Local Education Agency's Educator Screening Bill. Essentially what this bill is doing is it's requiring every LEA in the state to be a part of what we call NASTEC. It is the National Association of State Directors of Teacher Education and Certification. And it would require the LEAs to opt in to have some sort of membership into this clearinghouse. It's a educator identification clearinghouse. What it does is it screens educators, those who are potential candidates to become teachers in our schools, and it makes sure that they are able to, they meaning the schools, are able to find out any information that they need about the folks who are applying to be teachers in their schools. It's a great idea. We were able to work with Senator Hedelman, who is cross-filing this bill with Delegate Moon. I've had extensive meetings and conversations with them about this bill, and we're excited to support this bill. Essentially, it strengthens the hiring and screening process for educator hiring in the state of Maryland. So we're recommending for you all to support this bill.
Any clarifying questions? Dr. Lewis.
How many other neighboring states, since we're an import state for teachers, are using this system?
Absolutely. So we actually have a list. I don't have the exact number with me, but I do know that we've had a couple of conversations. There was some background research that was done with Senator Hedelman around this. A lot of states actually are doing this, and I don't know if Kelly is still in the room. She's not here. Okay. But we can get you the exact number. We do know that this is very well supported. There's a lot of effectiveness concerning this, and we want to make sure that Maryland is well tapped into the clearinghouse.
Thank you. Any other questions? Ms. Chang.
Yeah, is there any financial impact either on the hiring part or the candidate?
Yeah. So there would be a small fiscal impact for the LEAs who'd be opting in. They would pay a membership fee to be able to opt into the clearinghouse, but there would be no fiscal impact for the state agency.
Any other questions? All right, next bill.
Okay. The next bill that we have would be Senate Bill 687. This is the Child Care Scholarship Program addressing youth transitioning from foster placement to successful adulthood pilot program. So this bill would allow for youth who are currently in the foster placement pilot program, which is being proposed as an establishment from this bill, to be eligible for presumptive eligibility. What that means is that as long as they're participants in this placement program for foster care youth, that they would be eligible to receive the child care scholarship. The youth transition placement program would be taking place for over the duration of 2 years. And so essentially, as long as the participant or the child is in that placement program, they'd be eligible for the child care scholarship. What the bill does is it removes, and there's a long list of different items that it would be removing existing eligibility requirements. So essentially, those who are not in the placement program would have to adhere to those eligibility requirements, but this bill makes it easier for youth who are in that placement program to have access to the scholarship. It's removing a barrier that we think would be pretty difficult for this particular population of youth. All right. Outside of that, it just requires MSDE to administer the program, and it also requires us to track the scholarship expenses. So you can refer to the bill with a list of all of the different specific requirements that we would need to do for tracking the expenses of the scholarship. We are proposing to support with amendments for this bill. It does have some significant operational and fiscal impacts for the agency. We were doing some background research. Thank you for our Department of Education and Early Childhood. Their team, they have been working around the clock. They were able to give us some estimates on how much it would cost, essentially to supplement for the operational and fiscal costs. $41,000 approximately. This would be similar to the cost that it would have required back in 2022 to update the child care scholarship system. Some of you guys are familiar with CCAT, which is an acronym for that system, but there would need to be some updates to keep up with the number of students and children who we would then be processing for the scholarship coming through this placement program. So we just wanted to make sure that the bill sponsors were aware of those costs.
Great. Any questions? Next bill.
All right. The next bill we have on the list would be the Artificial Intelligence Guidelines, Professional Development, and Task Force bill. This is a bill that's being introduced by Senator Hester. It's also being cross-filed in the House by Delegate Young. Essentially, what this bill would do is it requires a number of different things from the State Department, including but not limited to establishing a task force on artificial intelligence in K-12. It would also ask the department to work with DO-IT, which is the Department of Information and Technology, to develop and update annually a list of approved artificial intelligence tools. And finally, it would require us to develop and administer certain AI needs assessments. We've had some extensive conversations. We're really happy to report that we had a meeting with Senator Hester today. Went very, very well. We proposed a couple of amendments because we would like to support this bill with the amendments. Of course, there are some operational and fiscal costs associated with this bill, particularly around the task force and developing some of the other guidelines. So it was a great meeting. I want to share just a couple of the amendments that we were able to talk with Senator Hester about and are hoping to come to an agreement on this. Including changing the date by which the State Board and the task force would develop the guidance for the AI. We just wanted to give a little bit more room for that development to happen to make sure we're addressing all of the issues and concerns that each of the different LEAs are dealing with. Of course, different districts have different needs and requirements. So we would be changing that date from August 1st, 2026 to March 1st, 2027. Some of the other changes that we're proposing would be just removing some of the language requiring MSDE and DO-IT to develop this annual updated list of AI tools. The reason being we already have an AI hub, and it's a resource that Sean and Aaron have developed on their team. We shared that with the senator, and she was very happy with the things that we already have included in the hub. So with that being said, we wouldn't need this additional line in the bill. And then the last two changes were just around adding some collaborations. So potentially having some collaborations with the University System of Maryland, as well as the Governor's Workforce Development Board. We think that this is going to be a really, really important initiative for us. And so we know other folks are already excited and working with AI tools. And so we're looking forward to being able to collaborate with them as well. All right. So we are asking for you all to support with amendments on this bill.
Any clarifying questions? Next bill.
All right. I hand it over to Maddie.
All right, thank you so much for having me today, State Board. Next up, we have House Bill 807. This is the Information Technology Modernizing Data Governance Bill. This would establish a position and responsibilities for the State Chief Data Officer, who would be responsible for ensuring efficient and secure use of data across the state. They would be responsible for directing and coordinating a statewide data strategy and ensuring that these policies are followed by all units of the state government. We at MSDE would need to have an agency data officer, and we believe that we actually already have a data position on staff, which covers the roles and responsibilities of that data officer. And we are recommending supporting this bill since we think it will streamline and stabilize our own data processes and do more than we even are right now for data security and accuracy. And we'd like to see that across the state and state agencies.
Great. Any clarifying questions? Next bill.
Sounds good. Thank you so much. Next bill we have is House Bill 1303, Child Care Centers for Teacher Qualifications Alterations. This would have the State Board establishing minimal experiential standards and altering the probationary employment qualifications for teachers, or for child care teachers specifically. This bill is coming from a place of wanting to make sure that our immigrant teachers in the state who might not have gone through the American education system are given the opportunity to meet our experiential standards and have time to come into compliance with the expectations we have of people working in child care centers. So within 2 years, teachers would have the opportunity to receive a high school diploma, a high school equivalency, or credit from courses that have been approved by, as written, the state board as sufficient from a higher institution of higher education. We're recommending supporting with amendments. We believe that MSDE and the licensing branch should be the people who are working to approve completed courses for credit for childcare teachers, but we really think that this could make a difference for people who want to be in our sector and who want to be working with students.
Excellent. Any questions on this? All right, next bill.
Next, we have House Bill 1326, the Pre-Kindergarten Savings Account Program Establishment Act. This would have MSDE establishing a pre-kindergarten savings account program. We would be administering it. This would have the state depositing into the account for eligible students a certain percentage of the per pupil amount for state and local funds. We are recommending opposing this bill. This bill has MSD acting as a financial institution, which we are not, and we are not in a position to evaluate and administer who should be overseeing a financial institution. So we are recommending opposing this.
Okay. Any questions? Next bill.
Next, we have House Bill 1264. This is the Public Schools Mathematics Credit College Preparatory Computer Science or Computer Programming course. This would authorize students who are in our public high schools to satisfy a graduation requirement of mathematics credit by completing certain college prep computer science and programming courses once they've completed Algebra 2. Right now, many students actually can already complete graduation requirements and earn math credit by taking computer science courses and programming courses. We are recommending opposing this. There are no other graduation requirements in statute, and we believe that the graduation requirements in setting those are the parameters of the state board, and that many things in this bill can already be done as written.
Great. Any questions? All right. Next bill.
All right, and lastly, we have House Bill 1323, Public Schools Asian American History Curriculum Requirement. This would require the state board to develop curriculum content for standards for a unit of instruction for Asian American history. We want to be clear that this is not a bill that we recommend opposing on the merits of the bill. It has been the policy of the legislative subcommittee so far and of the Maryland State Department of Education to oppose curricular bills. We have a very robust and thoughtful process which engages stakeholders for creating standards across the state. In fact, we've been working on social studies standards for about a year now, which have gone through those processes and are currently out for public comment. And we believe that all curriculum should be done through that process as opposed to via statute. And we want to support our existing processes. So we are recommending opposing this bill.
Excellent. Any questions on this one? All right. At this time, thank you very much for these. We will now open. Are there any comments about any of these bills that board members would like to air? Okay. Then we will go ahead and move to approve the recommendations from the superintendent. Before I do, are there any bills that we would like to pull for further discussion or a separate vote? Okay, so then we're going to take these as a package, set of recommendations from the superintendent. Superintendent's recommendation on these board positions. Is there a motion to approve as specified for the position on these 9 bills? Ms. McCusker, is there a second? Dr. Lewis, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Passed unanimously. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, with that, we are going to take a 10-minute break. We're going to come back at 3:25 for our math policy public hearing. 1 second. Yes, Chair McCusker.
Real quick before we
Yes.
break, I just wanted to thank the team that has been working on legislation. The position the state board is in compared to where we were about a year and a half ago is night and day, and it is largely in part to the outstanding and relentless work of the team here at MSDE. So I just wanted to publicly thank you.
Thank you. Yes. All right. Thank you, Ms. McCusker. With that, we will take we're going to take a 10-minute break, so we'll come back at 3:27. All right. We are ready to come back for the next item on our agenda, the math policy public hearing. We are delighted to invite members of the public to provide additional feedback at this time on the proposed math policy. I will be calling on speakers to provide testimony in person first, and then come to those joining us virtually. State Board members will not directly respond to testimony during this public hearing, but will take comments provided by members of the public under advisement as we deliberate further on the matter of the proposed math policy. Testimony is limited to 3 minutes per speaker. Time will be monitored by staff through the use of the timer. When the time expires, we ask that the speaker complete the sentence, but conclude remarks at that time. Testimony for the public hearing on math policy should be provided only on the subject of the matter at hand during remarks. All right. With that, we are going to shift. We'll begin with our speakers. Our first in-person speaker is Manhar Dalal. Mr. Dalal, please welcome to the table. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much for having me. My name is Manhar Dalal. I'm the math coach at Western High School, the oldest public all-girls high school in America, right here in Baltimore City. While I agree with the primary purpose of this change, I think most high school math teachers would agree that within the Algebra 1, Geometry, Algebra 2 sequence, geometry is probably the least rigorous and the least connected to college-level math. So that makes sense. While it does, offer some opportunity to reinforce Algebra 1 skills, it's a bit thin in algebraic rigor, and Algebra 2, based almost solely on Algebra 1 skills, creates this gap in the middle where students tend to struggle when they move forward. However, I believe that the approach of integrating geometry standards into Algebra 1 and Algebra 2 is a major misstep. You can ask pretty much any Algebra 1 or Algebra 2 teacher. Those courses are already absolutely jam-packed full of standards, and to the point where many years, I think many classes are not getting to all of them. The idea that we can just take geometry and somehow magically inject it into those, I think, is going to be very difficult. Being a math teacher, I come not only with problems, but with solutions. So my suggestion is that I believe the place for geometry is within pre-calculus. So currently pre-calculus, which is taught after Algebra 2, includes almost an entire rehashing of the entire Algebra 2 curriculum, and then trigonometry. There's no need to rehash the entire curriculum of Algebra 2 again. And geometry and trigonometry are cousins, if not brothers, sisters. And so the opportunity to replace the rehashed Algebra 2 content in pre-calculus with geometry in some form that would lead directly into the study of trigonometry as it already is in pre-calc seems to make a lot more sense to me. This could create a sequence of Algebra 1, Algebra 2, and a geometry trig class, whatever we want to call it, that would give students the opportunity to cover in 3 years what typically right now takes 4, without really having to cut many standards or really reducing rigor in any way. And I believe that this would would still help us attain the overall goal of giving students more opportunity to engage with high-level mathematics, accelerate that pace without putting an undue crunch on Algebra 1 and Algebra 2, where I think we would see difficult choices being made between cutting things that are supposed to be taught and rushing through things to the point where students aren't able to actually learn them. Thank you.
Very, very good. Thank you, Mr. Dalal. We really appreciate you joining us. And colleagues, I cannot wait to have public comment in the afternoon so we can have educators present more of the time. It's really wonderful to have you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Ms. Ellie Mitchell from Maryland Out of School Time Network. welcome.
Thank you. Dr. Michael, Dr. Goldson, Dr. Wright, members of the board, I am very excited to be here, and I am very excited for this math policy. I have long thought that we should have a campaign like grade level reading for math. I think that you have a great start here with the math policy as it is drafted. One of the things I was particularly excited about that was called out in the policy was the importance of building students' identities around math. And I think that we have some suggestions for you that have some innovations that might help you out with some of that. One innovation we think might be worthwhile looking into is more open source materials for teachers. We have that in the Maryland open source textbook for higher ed, but not for K-12. This could actually also enhance opportunities for the literacy policy. There's some really good work on open resources being done. Our colleagues at New America are a great resource on this, and I could connect you with those folks. Another suggestion is peer and near-peer tutoring has a really solid research base on the effectiveness of its ability to increase both the confidence in math and achievement. We think that you should be expanding initiatives like the Maryland Tutoring Corps program and leveraging those partnerships with higher education for these math goals. I would love to see more emphasis in the plan in engaging families as math allies, not just in the notification of families when students are struggling, but really sharing more information with families about math content, proactively helping them with the skills. I know I, even as a parent, have had to crowdsource my own child's math homework to support them. And so there have to be better ways to support parents around that. And then lastly, my favorite, of course, is after school and summer programs. There's a really good, rich resources and research on the impact of particularly summer on math achievement, but long-term participation and regular participation in after school and summer can actually close the math achievement gap, according to Deborah Vandell. And so I hope you think about incorporating some of these strategies into the plan. And that is my comments for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mitchell. We appreciate you joining us. Next up, we have Ms. Liz Zogby, Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition and co-chair of our Special Education Committee for the Blueprint. Welcome.
Hello. Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, members of the State Board, and Dr. Wright. I'm Liz Zogby from the Maryland Down Syndrome Advocacy Coalition and a policy advocate for students with disabilities. Thanks for the opportunity to comment on the draft pre-K-12 mathematics policy. To improve the education of students with disabilities, we must improve general education. And so a bold mathematics policy to catalyze significant improvements in teaching, learning, and achievement in mathematics is welcome, particularly given that on the 2024 MCAP, just 6.8% of students with disabilities across all grade levels were proficient in mathematics, an achievement gap of 20 points with non-disabled students. I appreciate the policy's repeated emphasis that all students should have equitable and meaningful daily access to grade-level, standard-aligned instruction. Similarly, all educators must receive ongoing professional learning to ensure consistent implementation. Also key to students with disabilities are the references to concrete, representational, and abstract approaches, high expectations, and inclusive, heterogeneous classrooms. I would urge the department, however, to be explicit about how students with disabilities are part of the policy, as they are all too often excluded, and my written comments point to some specific examples. In November 2024, the National Council of Teachers of Mathematics and the Council for Exceptional Children issued a joint position statement on teaching mathematics to students with disabilities. The statement has many elements that could be incorporated into our state policy, and I'll call out just a few here. First, the importance of Tier 1 instruction reflecting the principles of universal design for learning. Second, that students with disabilities should be instructed by teachers with strong content knowledge. Third, the reality that as students with disabilities move through the grade levels, their access to grade level content often diminishes despite the legal requirements. Finally, over and over again, the policy statement comes back to the absolute centrality of collaboration, because mathematical learning is a shared responsibility that requires the shared knowledge and expertise of professionals working together as a cohesive team. Student learning is improved when general and special education teachers engage in collaboration that draws from, coordinates, and extends their areas of expertise. To prepare for core instruction, teachers intentionally co-plan lessons using UDL and individually tailored adaptations and modifications to meet the needs of all learners. To plan Tier 1 instruction and to use intervention time effectively, we need to creatively advance our state goal of providing fully and conditionally licensed general and special educators with time to collaborate to advance student learning. It is essential for students with disabilities and for all students. Thanks for considering.
Thank you very much for your time. All right, Mr. Hands, I believe that concludes our in-person testimony. Great. We'll now turn to our virtual participants. First, we have Mr. Ryan Powers. Mr. Powers, welcome.
Hi, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes. Go ahead.
All right, thank you. Dear board members, I am here today to testify about concerns I have with the math draft policy's approach toward mathematics education in elementary school. First, let me start by saying I believe this draft policy sounds promising and can increase math achievement for almost every student. I believe this will increase advanced math opportunities for middle and high schoolers, and that rigid tracking with no opportunity for movement between levels should be prohibited. However, I believe that the proposed math policy does a disservice to students in elementary schools. Instead of creating opportunities for all students K through second grade to achieve their best, the policy deliberately keeps all students in the same classroom. It is unknown if this will also do this for third or fifth grade. It seems to expect children to get the same level of enrichment in math that they would in a more differentiated classroom. It burdens the teacher with creating multiple lesson plans for students who could be on 2 different grade levels in math. For example, my son is in first grade. How can the teacher provide math instruction for 40 minutes of first grade math while at the same time providing 40 minutes of second grade math? The math simply doesn't add up. Someone loses. Unfortunately, I think all students might lose. Students who could learn more will not get the attention they require. The same thing can be said for students who are below or on grade level. Their teacher will be busy teaching things they are not ready for, and so will have less time for them. I can tell you this will create frustrated students, bored students, and more behavior problems in the classroom. I was a teacher in Baltimore City for a short time. I did my best, but I was not able to provide much accelerated learning in my class because I was often trying to help the students who needed more attention or deal with behavior problems. The quiet, capable students, the smartest, or even those needed to be challenged more, were instead given extra worksheets a lot of the time. I think great teachers provide the accelerated learning all students deserve in the same classroom. But with average and then teachers like me, all students they'll only suffer. I'm against tracking. Instead of a system where everyone is put in essentially the same track because opportunities are limited in elementary school, I ask that you instead keep differentiated classrooms and increase opportunities for mobility. Testing tours, teacher input, and parent opinion should be criteria for movement. Increase tutoring, summer learning opportunities, and other chances for advancement, but don't provide less to our students. I think that's what this plan does. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you, Mr. Powers. We appreciate your comments. Next up, we have Mr. Paul Lemley, President of MSEA. Welcome, Mr. Lemley.
Good afternoon, President Michael, Vice President Goldson, Superintendent Wright, members of the State Board of Education. My name is Paul Lemley. I'm a social studies teacher and president of the Maryland State Education Association. MSEA shares MSDE and the State Board's commitment to improving math competency in Maryland. Our recent NAEP scores demonstrate that there's still work to be done to return us to pre-pandemic outcomes. This math policy is a thoughtful first step toward course correction. However, we want to be thought partners in ensuring this policy effectively supports educators and students. As with the literacy policy, we must prioritize educator time and workload management to ensure we don't further impact the teacher shortage. My written comments include more specific feedback, while my comments this afternoon focus on 3 of 5 key themes we've identified. First, collaboration time. We agree that small group instruction is a good Tier 2 intervention practice. We want to ensure this board can see why collaboration time aligns with this practice. The bottom line is this: none of it works if teachers don't have time to design great math lessons and give students feedback on their work. Educators need dedicated time to analyze student progress, adjust grouping, and plan targeted lessons that address specific learning needs. This is especially true in math because we know that looking at student work helps us diagnose student learning gaps and make real-time instructional adjustments. Next, flexible grouping. The policy should allow flexible ability-based regrouping in pre-K to 2 mathematics to ensure early intervention strategies effectively accelerate and/or support students as needed. While heterogeneous grouping has its benefits, making it a mandatory one-size-fits-all approach risks overlooking students who need targeted instruction. We recommend explicitly allowing for homogeneous small group instruction when needed without exclusionary tracking. Finally, on guidance, as written, the proposed guidance documents seem to be driving the policy instead of the policy driving the guidance. Board members and the public deserve to review the many components under consideration before, not after, the policy's approval. We strongly urge the board to direct the department to produce at minimum an outline of the guidance documents referenced in the policy prior to finalizing it. I'm confident that through collaborative effort, we can strengthen this math policy and benefit all educators and students. Thanks for your consideration and continued service to Maryland's families.
Thank you, Mr. Lemley. We appreciate your comments and your continued partnership. Next, we have Dr. Zamira Simpkins from BCPS Citizens Advisory Committee for Gifted and Talented Education. Dr. Simpkins, welcome.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today about the proposed mathematics policy. I'm Dr. Zamira Simpkins, and I have the pleasure to serve as chair of the Baltimore County Citizens Advisory Committee for Gifted and Talented Education. On behalf of our committee, I wish to commend the proposed policy's intent of providing high-quality math instruction and increasing college and career readiness among Maryland students. Our committee reviewed the proposed policy and emailed a detailed letter to you outlining some concerns and recommendations with specific page numbers and sections of the policy that we would like you to review. As you review our response in this proposed policy, we ask that you consider the policy's alignment with existing policies, specifically Maryland's Gifted Education Regulation, or COMAR 13A.04.07, and how this policy can potentially impact all students, including gifted and talented and twice exceptional learners, or gifted students with learning disabilities. We believe the proposed policy has great intentions, and with some revisions, clarifications, and improvements would serve all students well. I wanted to give you just a couple examples where we believe there might be some unintended consequences. So for one, the proposed policy defines acceleration in a way that it would conflict with acceleration definition in GT education practices. GT education specifically allows grade skipping, early entrance to kindergarten, and subject level acceleration, which this policy does not allow. In addition to prohibiting content skipping and mandating all instruction at the grade level, it would essentially limit GT students' ability for achieving advanced learning. Similar to prior speakers, we agree that the use of heterogeneous classrooms actually is an effective tool of allowing students who are ready for advanced accelerated math instructions to access that content as needed. First, as this proposed policy seems to assume that Maryland schools broadly use exclusionary tracking as an arbitrary placement of students in rigid learning tracks. I'm not aware of such approaches, at least in Baltimore County. And this policy suggestion that there should be no tracking in pre-K to grade 12 would actually be in conflict with COMAR that asks students to be tracked early on for proper placement later. Thank you for considering our feedback and recommendations with respect to this proposed policy.
Thank you, Dr. Simpkins, for your comments, taking it under advisement. Next, we have Mr. Jacob Bennett, a member of the Harford County Council.
Hello, my name is Jacob Bennett, Harford County Councilman, also public school kindergarten teacher. I really want to reiterate and drive home how important it is, this conflation with tracking and homogeneous grouping. They are not the same thing. Homogeneous grouping, purposeful homogeneous grouping is crucial to my school's success. I teach at a Title I kindergarten school, classroom in which we have some students who come in already reading, already counting, already adding because they went to pre-K. Other students who come to us knowing nothing. They were living at a hotel and our PPW found them on day 45 and we got to help them from where they're at. If we couldn't purposefully homogeneously group, we wouldn't be able to consolidate our limited support staff with the students who really have greatest need. If we didn't have purposeful homogeneous grouping, when am I going to provide the small group instruction that students need in the 40 minutes I'm giving? Additionally, when am I going to plan 3 effective small group lessons when I get 45 minutes a day to plan and I also have to teach 4 other subjects? Purposeful homogeneous grouping allows for me to maximize repetitions, which we know from brain science is how we effectively grow learning for those who have greater needs, maximize repetitions on the skills my students need, not force them to sit through a lesson that doesn't address their needs and then give them 5 minutes of small group time later in the day. That's a waste of their time, and all it teaches them is they don't belong in my classroom. If we want to support students, we shouldn't have a policy that says wait to fail. Wait till you're in 3rd grade and you've gone through 4 years of math that doesn't support you, then get support. Let's give the support right away. That way, when my kids get to 3rd grade, they're on grade level and they have the supports that they need. I also want to reiterate the comments that were shared about open source curriculum. If you look at the states that are doing best for children in poverty, 3 of the top 4, Massachusetts, Florida, and Mississippi, are using publicly created curriculum, not giving big box companies millions and millions of dollars. MSDE should embrace the idea of paying our educators, paying our staff to create a Maryland-owned curriculum for both language arts and math. So then we can decide what instruction looks like for our state, and then we don't have to pay these companies anymore. If something doesn't work, we fix it. I think long-term that helps us build a healthier budget. And then lastly, I just want to say, I am a public official, and I respond to hundreds of emails a week. I think it would be really beneficial if MSDE could get into the habit of responding to emails. I've reached out about the literacy policy, the math policy. I try and be active, and I've never received a response in email form from any member of this board. And staff, I have to send several emails to hear back from. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. We appreciate your comments and the feedback and are taking it under advisement. Last, a call for Ms. Jones, Ms. Taisha Jones. Are you with us? Okay. With that, we have concluded our public hearing on math policy. We really appreciate all of the feedback we've gotten. And just from a process update, we are going to be taking all of this feedback as well as the feedback we've received online in writing, the feedback from the board at the committee and at the last meeting. That will all wrap into a new draft. Dr. Rader, Dr. Smith, when is that draft going to be go live? March 4th. Excellent. And then At that time, it'll come to the committee that will take further analysis of the draft at that time. And depending on disposition of the committee at that time, hopefully we'll be bringing that to the board for final consideration in March. If there's more work we need to do, we'll look beyond that, but we were on track to be considering that at our March meeting. All right. Before we move on, any questions or comments from board members on math policy, particularly around process? Chair McCusker? You don't have to.
I can real quick if you want.
Mr. Hands.
When the draft of the math policy is ready, I will share with members of the Ed Policy Committee, hopefully a week in advance, and try and collect as many comments before the meeting as possible so that staff can begin to prepare for the March 13th meeting of the Ed Policy Committee. So sorry if I just stole your committee update, Ms. McCusker.
No, you're good. In particular, any kind of like little things like this word, little wordsmithing, things like that. We're going to try to not have those addressed in Ed Policy. We're going to try to keep that to substantive policy discussion in that meeting rather than, little nitpicky things that we can handle via email. So please pay attention to Zach's email so you kind of know the process we're going to try to go through to have that meeting be as efficient as possible.
Excellent. Thank you. All right. With that, we've got a good transition for us now into state board member updates. Let me go back. Chair McCusker, do you have any other updates you'd like to provide on education policy? Nope. Great. Mr. Crawford, any updates on transformation and finance?
Only that our next meeting will be March the 11th at 4 o'clock.
Excellent. All right. Ms. Chang, anything from governance?
Not at present. Thank you.
Very good. And Mr. Greer, might you provide an update on the State Board Work Group on early childhood education and care?
Sure, thanks. We had our first meeting ever, which is wonderful. Last week on Tuesday, it was wonderful. It was well attended, and we had members from OCCAC, ECAC, other providers, stakeholders, advocacy groups, Maryland Family Network, across the board. We had a really wonderful meeting. We had a conversation on the joint policy on the blueprint and pre-K implementation. And we also had another conversation on the market rate survey updates. It's a wonderful opportunity to just hear feedback. Our next meeting will be mid-May.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Greer. Open it up to board members for any other updates that you'd like to provide at this time. Okay. All right. With that, then we will move to future agenda items and upcoming events that you'd like to notify us with. Ms. McCusker.
Not really. It's just a little hope of mine that in the month of March, which is Arts Education in our Schools Month, that there'll be something on our agenda related to the arts.
Mr. Hands, can you speak to that?
Yes, so our stakeholder for the month of March will be Arts Education in Maryland Schools, and I believe we'll have another fine arts update to accompany that presentation.
Excellent. All right, with that, we will turn to Mr. Schoen to read our opinions for today.
Thank you, President Michaels. Board members, I have 5 appeal memoranda to report out. And DE and JE versus St. Mary's County Board of Education. This was a student grade dispute. The State Board affirmed the decision of the local board. In the matter of the request for removal of local board member Stephen Whistler, the State Board will not issue charges. Board member, I just want to note for the record and the public that board member Rachel McCusker recused herself from any deliberation, any discussion about this matter, did not participate, and did not vote in the matter. In Andrew Rowden versus Carroll County Board of Education, this was a substitute teacher termination. the state board affirmed the decision of the local board. In SP and PK versus Montgomery County Board of Education, this was a student's admission to a special program. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board. And in Hawley Thomas versus Prince George's County Board of Education, this was a teacher suspension that went to the Office of Administrative Hearings and came back to the board for a final decision. The state board affirmed the decision of the local board and of the Office of Administrative Hearings. And there were 2 draft orders from President Michael to report. One was Autoflex Fleet versus Montgomery County Board of Education. The state board is remanding the matter for the second time back to the Montgomery County Board of Education to address the issues raised by the Maryland Court of Appeals. And in Anna Hinton versus Frederick County Board of Education, the board is issuing a stay because the Circuit Court in Frederick County has already taken jurisdiction of this matter. And so the board will wait until that matter is completed before addressing the matters on appeal to the state board. And that is all that I have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Schoen. With that, are there any other items for further discussion? All right, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn. Dr. Johnson, is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Chesterfield, all those in favor, please signify by saying aye and raising your hand. Aye. Any opposed? Meeting adjourned.